Microphone. Microphone's good. I see a Moncrief, but I don't hear a Moncrief. Gonna let that hero music play for a while, see if any of you guys like that.
Oh, can you hear me now?
There you are. There's a Moncrief. There's a Moncrief. Let me look up something here. Okay, how's y'all doing today on YouTube land? We got a few people tuning in. We got a Moncrief and a voice. And I'm just gonna look up a build thingy real quick. Oh, no one wants Firekins. I don't know what the fascination is with Firekins. Let's see here. Dual pistols, dark miasma. So how are you doing tonight?
Doing pretty well.
Hey, how's it going, Ghost? What's the plan? I don't know. I just sat down. Got through a workout, and I was thinking about, I really want to make, well, I should work on one of my current characters, but I do want to eventually make, I'm going to make a gothy character with dark powers at some point. I do have that dark controller I was showing off, but I really don't like the solo controllers. It's like watching paint dry, and I need to redo this art anyways. Maybe this could just look gothy, and I'll be happy with that for my dark control person. Hey, Super Soul, new tune. Well, I was thinking of something there. Sure, but I think I needed, I don't know, I think I need another Corruptor, but maybe I just need to put more time here into Yorin Icehole. Very aptly named Pirate Man. What about? Psi Armor and Dark Melee. I do have the new Electrical Blast Psionic Armor Sentinel, and it's starting to come together now that she's all the way up to level 19. I would make you proud, Ghost. Today I was playing my Brute. I got her up a couple more levels, my Savage Fire Brute, and I went through and got her a whole bunch of merits. Savage is savage. That's true, Super Soul. So, Moncrief, what are you working on tonight?
Fire Psi Sentinel.
Fire Psi Sentinel. What level you got that one up to?
Just about to hit 10.
Oh, you got some work to do there, yeah. Gotta get that one up. What does anybody in the chat have a preference on what you want to see in terms of? Is there anything you want me to show off? Whether it's a game mechanic or a a certain class or anything? Is there kind of didn't come into this with a big game plan. I did spend some time earlier on my brood, as I mentioned before. I also spent some time doing auctions with all new Stardust because she is at 50 and she needs good gear. So I spent 30 minutes or so and made 60 million on the auction house last night. And I've still got probably another 10-15 million that's still yet to come in. You know? So we do have, you know, I do have a, let's see here. We have, oh, what's 6 Super Soul? You got to give us context, because, you know, there's a little delay on the video if you don't tell me what's 6. Oh, you're talking about my auctions, yes. Yeah. You guys want me to walk you through how to do that real quick? Hey, drinking and gaming. Or I should just get in and play, right? We could do some Dominator action. We could do some Corruptor action. We could do some Blaster action. We could do some Brute action. My one Brute. We could do some Mastermind. I don't know. I don't care. I could do more of that controller and we can watch me kill very slowly. It'll be like the slowest stream ever. And that's even with the fact that they have pets now. I could stab things in the abdomen with my stalker. Oh, you just learned about Homecoming? Crowd control on one thing and blast on the other? Oh, well, drinking game. Have you seen my Water Blast Corruptor with Storm Summoning? She's got some ice in there, because that's part of Storm Summoning. Have you seen that one before? Am I going to be solo in this stream? I don't know. Like I said, I didn't really have any plans. So if somebody wants to do something, or somebody wants to see something, or somebody wants to say something, I'm pretty chill right now. I had a exercise routine. I worked up a big sweat. I'm now very calm and mellow. Very mellow.
Do you have any favorite story arcs you like to run?
Frostfire is a good one that I always take the new people through. I really want to get through some of the mid to high level ones, because I've done the 1 through 25 ones so many times that, you know, I'm cross-eyed on those, and I don't know, you know, like one of the new ones they just did, maybe I could do that one, is there's a level 51 that really shows off what they're trying to do with some of the new tile sets and stuff, and I thought that one's pretty smooth overall. And but Frostfire's a good one that I always take new people on. It's a level, you can take them on low levels because that's only a level like 15-ish, you know. Oh, drinking game. All right, tell you what. Let me just show drinking game. Let me just show him. Let's guys, let's convince him to come back to Homecoming, okay, guys? All right, now you guys in the chat, your job is to put on the peer pressure. My job as the streamer is to show off why Homecoming is so good. All right. So first things first. You get all your travel paddles very quickly, like right away pretty much. You can buy things from the vendor, you can get double XP. Getting around's much smoother, much faster than in live, and whatnot. Reason number 2 is we've got new power sets, and we're going to show that off here with Brian for us, because I believe Water Blast was added with Homecoming. If I'm not mistaken, it was not on live. Storm Summoning might have been on live.
Storm Summoning was definitely on live. That was release date.
Yeah. No, drinking. We want to make sure that you're locked in, buddy. Until we see your character here with us, we don't believe you, bud. Okay, so we're going to have to keep selling you till we see your character. Now remember, you can easily change the look of your character, no problem, right? So don't worry, don't get too hung up spending 3 hours making their look. Make them, my advice is always, pick what you want to play, get in there and start playing. Play with the spend 3 hours, don't get 3 hours character creation, because you might spend 3 hours on it, play the character for, whatever, and then find out it's not what you're looking for. Wind Blast. Wind Blast isn't a thing. Where do you guys keep coming up with this Wind Blast from? I was looking for that Wind Blast. I was looking for Wind Blast, and it wasn't there, and I should have put more enemies in this mission. Poor minions. They're just not even going to know what hit them. So much water splashing, so many ragdoll physics, so many people just getting absolutely creamed. If I'm not getting Mez, that is. Brian for his weakness is Mez. Yeah, so if we put a little ice right here, we'll hold them into place for the most part, slow them down further with a snowstorm. Then throw them into a whirlpool, and as soon as they get close, if they ever get close, these poor guys, look at this. They're not getting close. I could just sit here and not do anything else, and they'd eventually die. But you just blow them back with a gust of wind. Look at there. Tell me that doesn't look fun to you. You're downloading the program right now, aren't you? Yeah, you know you are. And then I need to put a whole bunch more mobs in here, honestly. It's a lot more fun when there's like, I don't know, 3-4 times as many mobs. Let's see how much she can handle. Let's see how many. Mission, do you mind if I join you? Well, right now at the moment, I'm just showing off the power set, I suppose. And then, I don't know, maybe we'll do... I don't want to get too big of a group, though, because I'm a small group guy. That's the only thing. We had so many people a couple of days ago, and I think that tapped me out for a while for large groups. We'll do a big group task force on Monday, though, if you're in the guild. Yeah, I'm like the guy who doesn't like times 8. 3 people is like usually my maximum. I don't like moving with a big huge group of people and wiping everything out, generally speaking. And it would help if I would reset the mission real quick, and I'll show you what this character can do. And this is a corruptor, by the way. Let's see here. Let me select this task and abandon the progress. Then select this task, and that'll reset. I heard somebody join in voice. It's a super dash. Alright, so let me just show you real quick. Now we have a nice pack of mobs here, And so now we can have a little bit more fun. And now this looks a lot more impressive, because now you can hit them all like that, and like that, and they all melt. See how much fun that is? Who doesn't want to play this game? Now the problem is with the big group of like times 8 or 8 players and whatever have you, I don't get to see the fact that I was the one who killed them. I'm very self-centered. I like to know I was the one who killed them. Put down some lightning storm here, just in case they get close, because my big boom is down right now. Put down some snowstorm. Just a lot of crowd control with this class, or with this build. Lots and lots of crowd control. And lots of little ones. Boom. Oh, look at that. Just savage. Poor guys can't even get close to her. They want to get close to her, but they can't. Yeah. Corrupting miners, right? Yeah, you can absolutely join the Homecoming Discord. The link is in the description. Yeah, you should definitely join if you want to get on the task force. We have a reservation system there, as we are getting bigger and bigger and busier and busier. And we do need people to run those things. I'm not a task force person. I'm a solo player for the most part, or small groups, so it would really help if people would step up to run those big task forces. I used to do it a bunch back in the day, but not anymore. Anyways, want to show that off. Yeah, you want to get in there. I see somebody has just joined. I see Control Chaos in the chat.
Yep, I'm here.
Now wait, are you the one who is downloading it? I lost track of who's who.
No, I've been playing since 2019 when it was first announced.
Okay.
I just found your channel not too long ago, and so I saw your live stream. I'm like, hey, I'm gonna check this out. And then you were talking about Wind Blast and not being in game. I'm like, I gotta show you my Wind Blast character.
Guys, show me Wind Blast character. Well, they were supposed to get it in. My understanding is it got scrapped.
Nope, it's in there.
Well, if I go to build a character, no, tell me what character. If I go to build it right now, show me where wind power is at. I go to character select here because I went to Blaster, and I did not see it there.
Go to Corruptor or Defender. Probably Corruptor would be your better bet. But
We do love our Corruptors.
Corruptor's a good one.
And they're better at soloing, let's be honest.
Yep. Well, just like how Dominators are better at early soloing than Controllers. Just because they get the attacks, they can do a lot quicker.
So I looked here and I didn't see anything that said wind on it. I see Storm Blast, of course, and you know, Storm Control, which I use. I like Storm Summoning a lot, but I don't see a Wind Blast.
Yeah, it's on your primary. And scroll down, and let me actually pull up my powers here. Oh, it's called Storm Blast.
Well, yeah, Storm Blast, sure. Oh, yeah. You know, Storm Blast, there's Storm Blast, just no Wind Blast. I got, you get hung up. Yeah, I get hung up on the language in the game because it's...
Yeah, every so often I make mistakes. I actually had someone in one of my videos today when I was talking about doing a Venom-style build. They said, did you say spawn it? I went and re-listened to it. Like, yep, sure enough, in that video I accidentally said spawn instead of symbiont.
You know, I don't think I have said... Oh, I do have... so this guy right here is going to be my... He is Stormblast Marine Affinity, and actually he's ready to level up. I took him on a little bit of a farm, so he's going to be my Surfer guy who is Storm and Marine. New Marine. Hey, Big Papa, how you doing today? So... that is something I'll work on. Okay, I tell you what, I'll do two things tonight, and we'll ask the people in voice first, and then we'll see if there's any room left over for YouTube. Because I don't want this group to be big. I'm sorry, but that's kind of my shtick, right? Small groups. And I do need to get. Let me just double check what Urine can do real quick. I was gonna see if I can level up Urine. Let me just see if he can pull up Frostfire here. Oh, shiz. Am I already in a task force? No, Urine, get out of... Oh, he's only level 14. Oh, because he's in a task force. Quit the task force, buddy. Yeah, get out of that. Okay. That explains a few things. Pirates are always getting in trouble. You think Storm Marine is a very good combo? I hope so. I hope so. I don't play too many min characters, so they got to be really good. Ouroboros is super busy tonight. I need to look at the forums and see what the numbers are. Give me 1 second, guys. The cat needs to go to a litter box, so I need to take him over there real quick. And And yeah, he can't access hardly any quests yet because 14 he needs to, or 15 isn't high enough. I don't know why Ouroboros is so restrictive. I think if you're 15 you should be able to do all the 14s, really. Evil. Let me go take out the cat. Come on.
Now, my favorite story arc is the Radio Free Opportunity villain side.
So, let's see here. Oh, we do have Flux the Outcast. There we go. Oh, Flux. Well, that's not. Is that Frostfire? Oh, well, this will work. Do you guys want to do a low level or a high level? Or do you guys want to do your own thing and you're just hanging out to be with the cool kids?
I'm just hanging out. It's about time for me to go to bed. I work tomorrow.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm just hanging out too.
Hanging out's good. Oh, it's wind control? There's a wind control? There's a wind control? Is that a thing? Get out of here. Hold on. Now I gotta check this out.
I don't think that's on Homecoming.
I don't think so, but I'm willing to science it out.
Oh yeah, always. Well, and that's the problem with having all these different private servers is you've got different power sets on different servers. So trying to, us content creators trying to remember which server has which power sets that were newly created is a bit hard.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we have Symphony control, secondary power, so no wind there. I'll check controller real quick. Yeah, no, nothing that says wind. Yeah, no wind. That I think they probably got on other controllers or other servers though.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump on other servers and take a look.
Yeah, might be on other servers. Super Dash. Yeah, but it got scrapped last minute. Yeah, that's my understanding. Because unfortunately, like it's in there, and that means it may not be too hard for the devs to pull back up. Now, I will say, for those of you who are new to Homecoming, there's two, they do like controllers and dominators. And if you look at my characters here, two of my favorite ones, obviously, I mean, this is an oldie but goodie, is mind control, but Cinder Flare is the new Pyrotechnic control, and Polite Punisher is the new Arsenal control. So I really do enjoy those. I think Symphony, was Symphony new or Symphony been in there?
Symphony is
new. Relatively new.
Relatively new, okay. So Symphony as well. And a fun fact about Dominators, guys, is that their melee scaling is actually pretty darn good. So it turns out Blue Lazuli actually kicks some pretty good ass using martial arts as her secondary. So, alright. So what do you want to do?
Well, the other thing that you gotta look at Homecoming is a while back ago, they were doing some adjustments to Masterminds, because if you look at Necromancy, the primary attacks now summon temporary rates.
Define high, like 40s. Do we want to do something in the 40s, or you guys, can you guys handle something in the 40s here? You want to run with Kim Archer and she can blow everything up, or? Let's do... Like I said, I'm trying to get through some of the higher story arcs so I can document those. If you guys had a 50s, I could take you through the brand new story arc they just did. I did a video on that a couple of weeks ago. It's really fun. Gives you like 20 reward merits. You have a guy who won in the 40s. So you got to, that's your homework assignment this week, is get a character up into the 40s. For now, we could do
There's always sidekicking.
well, the problem is with Ouroboros. So yes, if I'm just going to do alignment missions, I can take anybody and run them through alignment missions, and those will still get you merits. Of course, radio missions will, but you'll get no merits. But when it comes to Ouroboros, they treat it like task force, and
where they lock you in until you actually get certain things done or certain levels.
What it'll do is, let's say I'm 50 and you're 20. When I try to pick a level 40 quest, it'll say we're ineligible because it looks at the lowest level person and and whatever have you. So, but tell you what, let's get Yorin up a little bit. So let's meet an Ouroboros, and we'll do a low level 1, and then we'll bump up to a higher level 1 because Yorin could use a few levels, right? Make sure you have your double XP on, and then come right here to the entrance. This is always my meeting spot, by the way. I always meet here at the entrance. Yeah, you gotta like this guy. He has the best name in all of City of Heroes. So, I'm not sure I'm allowed to actually say this out loud on YouTube, but I'm going to anyway. His name is Yorin Icehole. So, there you go.
Should allow it. Nothing wrong with that.
Right? I don't see anything wrong. This artwork is just a placeholder artwork. If he's good enough to where I enjoy playing him, then I'll make him something more detailed. But all I did was I usually just choose one of the presets, maybe color it a little bit, maybe change a piece or two, and then I throw them in there until I find out if I like them a lot or not. So, and you really don't know till you get to your 20s and 30s, at least for me, because some things don't come online until later on. So I usually try to give them the benefit of the doubt before I put them on the shelf. So, well, he is an ice character, so that really works out rather well for him. Yeah. Right? Well, I thought... Oh. Well, that's a level 50. Do you want to take a level 50 on a level 15 mission? You'll be exemplar down pretty hard. You don't have a character you want to level up? Like a low-level alt? Not to mention, you'll just cream everything and we'll all be backup singers, but... this is just a level 15 guy. Yeah, that's why I was asking what levels everybody was at, and I think ultimately we'll just do a low-level one, and then I'll do a high-level one. So we'll start off and see how much time is left after a low-level run. Yeah, I mean, and this is, the thing is, even a 50 shifted down is going to just kill most of the time. We'll usually just cream everything. And I personally like the tension of a little bit more difficulty. That's just me. But we'll get you in. But if I grouse that you're killing everything and we're not contributing, that's why. Yeah, because the exemplaring down doesn't actually put us on equal footing. It helps. Keeps you from totally blowing everything up, but yeah, they also want you to feel more powerful when you're exemplaring down, so it's a little iffy. Yeah, I think we got our couple of people here, right? Or wait, is Ghost here, or is that? Yeah, make sure we die a lot, right?
Makes for good content.
Yeah, it really does. Well, wait, we got a controller, a dominator, and what am I, a corruptor? Well, that's funny. Ghost, are you in here? I'm confused about who's who every time we do one of these.
I'm Thornwood, so.
Yeah, well, there's a ghost in voice or in text. And I don't know if that's already one of these players or not. And then there's the delay on YouTube. So every time I ask a question, it takes like a full minute for it to come back around. So that's a thing.
You have a pyrotechnic controller, right?
Oh yeah, it's so much fun. But I wouldn't say it's meta.
So, Sparkling Cage, the first power, is it a guarantee to immobilize? I mean, not guaranteed to actually succeed, but always tries to immobilize them?
I would think so. The thing that's
Because I was
kind of...
looking at the power description, and all it lists is a 20% chance for a magnitude 1 immobilize
Oh, so maybe it
and
doesn't.
5
It just
ticks
only...
of fire damage.
Oh, I'll have to take a look when I'm on the character. I guess currently in the sewers trying to decide who to bring. Well, Ghost, we need to get going. So I want to get this train going. This is a long story arc, and it's going to take us at least probably almost an hour to get through it. And then I want to do something else tonight before my time runs out, because my time is limited. I do have to get to bed and stuff like that. So, and 3's probably enough anyways. But I know you said you want to really come, so I'm trying to consider that. Yeah, I really want to try to get more people to run stuff so that I don't have to be like, oh, Phil's on, let's all jump on him, yees! You know, try to get one of y'all to be popular, to be like the great group runner. And then when people come into YouTube, I can be like, yeah, run with Bob tonight. Bob's running the big task force.
Well, there's Sundays where I do a playthrough of running a character from 1 to 50 on the different servers, and right now I've been doing Rebirth.
Well, there you go.
So.
But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get in our guild. I would like for somebody to step up as an officer and organize larger groups, because I'm a small group guy.
Yeah.
I don't really care for, oh yeah, we got this big steamrolling group and everything just melts. I like playing solo and watching everything melt. Or playing like
that can be fun.
Or playing with one other
both
person
both
and
can be fun.
we're
Having the
synergized.
big groups and the steamrolling can be good, and then doing it solo and watching everything melt can be fun.
Oh yeah, to each their own.
Yeah.
For me, it's like, in a lot of those big 8-man groups, it's like I can walk away for 10 minutes. They'll hardly notice I'm gone unless they're looking at the map. You know, I'm like, oh, because we keep going. But if you're like running with 2 people and I walk away, I'm one of the 2 people, I walk away, that guy's going to die.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's you know, you want to feel like you're important. Like you're an important piece of the machine. Alright, Ghost, I really need to get going, so if you're not here really soon, I'm just going to get going, buddy, because we're kind of waiting, and, you know, I have to start putting up some rules, because we're wasting too much time just forming here. Hey, Pirate Princess, how are you doing tonight? Yeah, we gotta get going. Yeah, prismatic aethers are your friends. You can get some pretty cool outfits. So, well, Ghost,
Have a good night, everybody.
All right, you have a good one. If you're in Atlas Park and you say throw an Ouro portal down, I'm sure you get 3 or 5 of them at once. They're pretty on top of it. Oh gosh, I have 4 break freeze on this character, and that feels like a few too many. Usually it's the opposite.
Well, it always seems to be that way. When I need an inspiration, I don't have the inspiration I need.
All right, Ghost. I gotta get going. Do challenge settings give you more rewards? I don't know if this guy's watching my stream, but the answer, generally speaking, I understand it's no. It gives you badges. If you consider badges a reward, then I guess the answer is yes. I consider badges, unless they're working for an accolade, I don't really consider them very helpful. That's just me. So,
I see more as achievements.
well, that's what they are. It's just another word for achievements, but
Yeah.
It's I never care for achievements in most video games I play, because it'd be really cool if they did something, and that's what the accolades do. I'd be even happy if they just said for every 100 badges you got a prismatic aether, something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, just bragging rights.
The only time I worried about achievements was when I was a game tester for Microsoft, and my job was to check achievements.
We'll do one later on tonight, Zig, but I really need to get this going. We've been holding it for too long, plus we are my definition of full, which is 3 people, and we got 4, so I really try to keep my group small because that's just my strong preference, and I try to get people to form their own groups. We have a Discord server with multiple channels and say, hey guys, if we got like 5 people, let's flip into a 2 and 3 group. Or you 4 people can run and I'll be solo, so you guys can have a big group on the side. But everyone sees me and they want to jump on, and I'm not a big group person. Not a big group person. Uh-oh, why's my character stuck? Don't get stuck, character. Yorin, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, don't get stuck, Yorin. Just get the job done, buddy. We do have a weekly task force if you want to join our Discord server that's on the schedule. You don't even have to be in the SG to join it, but it does have, of course, only 8 spots, and I have to be one of those spots, I suppose, unless somebody else wants to run it, which I'm happy to let them do. So how are you doing tonight, Zigzag? Or have you been doing anything new, fun, and exciting? Wow, 2 prismatic aethers in a row? That's insane. Alright, let's kill these guys over here. Everything does slow these guys down. Slow. Is this Hollows? No, it's one of the story arcs from Ouroboros, but I don't think it's in the Hollows. Maybe it is. Everything looks the same after a while. Well, on the bright side, we are wearing them down here. What do we have to do? We have to go this way and get to the red spots. 2 bombs to disarm. Oh, well that looks like a lively group right there. Is there, let's see, you was there yesterday, first time in a long time? Well, you know, the Hollows are always willing to welcome you back. That's what they do. They bring you back in. I hope y'all are having a good Friday night. There's a quick level up for Yorin. Yeah, nice. Been frozen enemies. Well, I like how two people are splitting off, so nothing wrong. Nothing could come out of this that's wrong, right? Am I right? Nothing a controller and a corruptor together can't handle. Or dominator, whatever Thornwood is there.
Yeah, Dominator.
Dominator, there you go. We don't want to misclassify you. Misgenderify you? No. Alrighty. Do we lose Zigzag? I guess we lost Zigzag.
I think like Zigzag went a different direction.
I mean, in the chat channel. Oh, these are yellows and reds. This will end well. Nothing can go wrong. Ouch, Alpha Strike. Hurts so much.
Then next to the tree, get some free heals.
Well, I would if he didn't knock me back with those huge ass rocks. Ouch. Ouch. Yeah, we shouldn't be split up, but...
Now run.
Yeah, probably shouldn't. If you guys can hear me in voice through... We probably should stick together.
Thank you for the heal. Nope, I'm down. I do. Do birds.
I'm going to look at what classes do. Never been a sentry, for example. Well, a sentinel, if that's what you're referring to, is basically a medium range, scrapper for all intents and purposes. Has more defenses than a blaster. And
Yeah.
and can do decent range damage. Answering drinking and gaming there in the chat. Well, it won't be so hard if we stick together. If we split up, then that will definitely impact the difficulty of the challenge. Especially at this low level, we don't have a lot of powers. I love Sentinels, by the way. I'm drinking.
Yeah,
Sentinels
Sentinels are a fun class.
Sentinels has been my personal favorite. And it's second place on my tier list. That provoked a lot of thoughtful debate and discussion.
Yeah, some people like Sentinels, some people don't like Sentinels.
Well, you can say that about anything in life. Some people like
Yeah.
chocolate ice cream,
I'm
and
not a
some
big fan
don't.
of controllers.
Controllers are at the bottom of my solo tier list because they're very boring. Not boring, slow. They're so slow to kill that most people will
They're
tap
so
out of them.
slow. It's a pain.
I even got my pet recently on my dark guy, and it's still like watching paint dry. It's like watching paint dry with a hair dryer now, blowing on it, but it's still slow.
Yeah. I mean, the only time I can really handle playing a controller is when I'm playing on Thunderspine. That's because they give you the pet level 1.
Yeah, so if you guys really want to play a character that does good control, I rated Dominator for soloing higher than Controller. But understand that I still had it in the B tier because it is something that requires a bit of system mastery to do well. I've definitely had people come back to me and said, I just can't solo this character because it's so difficult. And it's like, okay, just watch my videos, we'll talk you through it, or watch me play.
Yep.
And I can show you how to solo your Dom. But it is like playing chess. You do have to pay attention.
Oh yeah. Well, it's just like War Shades and Peacebringers. I put those in my video. I put those as in like the C tier or D tier because there's so much changing and different mechanics you need to learn.
Let's see here. I love 50 Firekin and Console the Family Portal Mansion. There you go. I've just refused to do Firekin because I'm kind of one of those guys that if I know for a fact something's meta, then I tend to stay away from it. I'm a contrarian by nature. But if I happen to have it, if I happen to make it, and it turns out, oh yeah, Phil, that's the meta. I'm like, well, okay, at least I thought of it, and I got the satisfaction of knowing it was something I chose in my own volition, not because it was the hot flavor of the day or something. The devs just so. For example, they're going to buff Sentinels here, right? That's in the patch notes here, and you can test it on the test server. Sentinels are now getting crits. And they're getting a big buff to their vulnerability special ability. Now that could thrust Sentinels directly into the meta. They've been out of meta, according to most people. What'll be funny is if they suddenly become considered meta by the populace, and whatever have you. The funny thing is, like for me, it's like I've always been the Sentinel champion. I've always said Sentinels are awesome, so I don't feel like I'm following the meta. I was already there.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's like electric blasters. When the game originally launched, everyone said I was crazy for taking electric melee. And I was like, why? There's so much power behind that. I can take on groups of 20s in my, late 30s and 40s. And then they realized, wait, there's some power to be had here. And then it started becoming some meta.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I'm doing the pyrotechnic fire dominator. I've heard a lot of people say that they don't like pyrotechnics for a variety of reasons.
I love pyrotechnics.
Yeah, it does. I guess
I mainly like it for the particle effects, though.
Right. I think that's the problem. Is like the meta lovers who are looking for the best controllers say it doesn't compare to whatever the hotness is. But I'm with you. I love it for the flavor. I think the graphics on it and the sound effects are great. And you know what? If they buff it later on, because maybe it is a little undercooked, I think it's okay. But if they buff it later on and all of a sudden it's meta, well, I'll take that, But I was already doing it before it was cool. The Psy Sentinels are the best. Mass Tragedy, I've been working, and it's a little hard for me to read the chat on Homecoming, but if you are on YouTube, if you want to type it there, that helps. But that's okay. I'll try to keep an eye on chat here, too. But what do you think of Electric Psy Sentinel? Can be pretty powerful. That's what I did have a viewer write in and say, Phil. I mean, he wrote a really nice long letter, and he said, Phil, you should really give this a shot. So I've been running that on the villain side, slowly leveling that one up, and now that it's 1920, starting to feel like it's coming online a bit. All the power sets are new to you, Pirate Princess? Well, time for you to come and play some of the new ones. Arsenal Control on the Dominator is also a lot of fun. That's the Polite Punisher. And yeah, and that's really a ton of fun. Yeah, the Suedo Pet does help a lot, and I just got that online with that character, and I think that's what's making it feel better to me. Absolutely. Absolutely. I totally agree. Dual pistols and what, super reflexes sounds fun to you? Nice.
It's actually a very fun build.
Yeah, that does sound like a lot of fun to me, Pirate. I was doing, I think it's assault rifle, I'm not sure, and trick arrow on that blaster. Now that was just kind of a throwaway character, but it ended up being something that ended up being a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And with the oil slick and setting it on fire and everything, it's I've just been able to wipe out massive amounts of critters.
Being able to mix match stuff like that is fun. My favorite blaster build to do is dual pistols martial arts. You want gun fu feel, that will give it to you.
Yeah. You had a build but didn't work, but I had a blast scrapping it. Uh-oh. Yeah, sometimes I'll get a character that doesn't work out, and I'll just put them on the shelf. I never delete them. I may give their influence to somebody else if I'm feeling like I'm retiring them, but we have plenty of slots. And then I move them to a different server so you guys can't see them. Ha ha ha.
Oh, congrats!
That's 2 levels in 1 dungeon, so that is that's what you call some good milk in there.
Yep.
So we are in the hollows, so you were right. We are in the hollows. It's the island of reject tunes. That's correct, Smoking. We don't talk about the, oh, I need to change the picture of my character. You guys didn't point that out, that I didn't have the right picture up. Here you guys go. I've got one for Yorn. Don't you worry. There we go. We don't want Yorn to feel left out. He's got a cool picture too on YouTube, just like everybody else. Here you go. What do you guys think of Yorn there?
Good one. Is that all your own art?
No, that's from Gemini. On my Christmas video, I show you guys exactly how I do these. So you can follow along and maybe do your own characters if you want. Yeah, but that's Yorn in all of his glory. Now, the thing I don't show on the video is all the work to get it to work as a transparent thing for an overlay. That requires a little bit more work.
Just some Photoshop work and understanding how to use the pen tool.
Pretty much. Whatever works for ya, whatever tool you want to use. If you want to use it as an overlay, you just got to do a little work there, especially with the effects around his hands and stuff.
Yeah. That area where you have those little fiddly bits or any kind of like gradient going on for the that deals with the background. Those can be really fussy areas. That's where I sort of like doing it actually by scratch myself, but because I've been doing graphics design and game design since what, 2008?
Are you guys recruiting? Well, yeah. I mean, if you're talking about the super group, well, first it helps to be on our Discord server. You can find that link in the description, and everyone's welcome. Whether or not they join our super groups, irrelevant to me. The super group's kind of like background to me, anyways. We're in the year 2025. I think we mostly group together via Discord. But anyways, but if you're looking to get into the super group, then yes, there's plenty of space in there, I believe. I could get you in between, story arcs, which will take us a little while. You're making me. I'm making you want to build what there, Mass Tragedy? Oh, you can't watch? Oh, okay. Might as well listen to voice channel. Well, there you go. Electric Size Sentinel. Well, that wasn't my idea. That was one of y'all's ideas from YouTube. That was definitely. I take credit where I can, but that was not me. And I can show off that character a bit after this if you want, so you can see what it kind of looks like so far at level 19. Oh, you gotta watch the game. Oh, is there a big ball game on? And we're all career centered, and you didn't want to drop in on us while doing our thing. Oh, you can definitely type. Typing is preferred, but if you want to jump in a voice chat and chat, that's fine too. You just have to be a little patient. If I'm interacting with YouTube chat, then you have to wait a turn. But whatever works for you. But as far as getting you into the SG, I don't think any of the officers are on right now, aside from me. I think everyone took this Friday night off for whatever reason, because I don't see them in voice chat. Usually they're sitting in voice. So it would just have to wait for me to get done with this. And then I could log into one of my characters that could actually invite you in. That would be like Firebug. Firebug's the leader, so she could get you in. You want to build it on the beta server, see how good it will be? You can certainly do that. That's always an option. Absolutely. So far, it's working pretty good, So far I'm having a good time with it, now that it's kind of come online a little bit with the Suedo pet. There's a congrats for somebody there.
Yeah, it was me.
There you go. Leveling up. Nothing like a little dopamine in the middle of your run.
Yep. Always like the sound of a good ding.
Four policemen to rescue. Let's take a look at the old map here. I could take a look around, but this is not a big area, so he might be up on the next elevator. Let's see if you see anything. Oh, there's some guys. Yeah, I might as well kill them. Do we see another guy here? No. I swear I saw another guy. Maybe I'm seeing things. Oh, there's like one right around the corner here. There he is, being held by the Dominator. At least the Dominator could kill him, whereas the controller would just be waiting for somebody else to finish him off.
Yep.
Yeah. See, you knew where I was going with that before I finished that sentence, didn't you? You read my mind. Yeah. Reinstall and discount now. Format my PC. Forgot about it. Okay. Now, I see you just joined our server, Big Papa. Thank you so much for joining, and I hope you have a good time hanging out with us. David says, I prefer smaller teams for missions. 8 people can fail 2 steamrolling, plus your kind of blend in with everyone else's powers. David, you're a man after my own heart. If you've seen my videos, you know exactly how I feel about that particular subject. And you would know that I pretty much agree with you. In fact, if you were on this stream about 20 minutes earlier, I kind of gave that speech, and I'm afraid that the gentleman I gave it to has left the channel. But that's okay. I play to have fun, not to have the biggest channel in the world. Yeah, if you want to have a really big popular guild, just come on to YouTube and say, hey, we're running 8-mans nonstop. Come and join. Come join the steamroll. People love them. People love them. They're asking me for them all the time. And I'm like, okay, you know what, guys? I'll give in. You can have. I'll do one a week. And if anybody else wants to run it, you can have more than one a week. I don't care how many big steamy things other people run. I just am going to be over here having fun with either solo or small groups. So, David, you're a man after my own heart. Higher levels, this tune destroys everything. Has 9 pets. Oh, what kind of build is that, Mass Tragedy? 3 of which are invincible. Oh, okay, I like to hear more. 4 is a comfy amount. 4 is a little too much for me, but it's okay. I think smaller is better. I like them. I like it as small as possible. Usually with 4, I try to get us to split into 2 groups of 2, but people don't like that idea. People get all cranky.
Me personally, I used to be the same thought of smaller groups, but then when I started playing Planet Side, I had to run a platoon of 30 people and coordinate with a group of like 1,000 people, and so I learned to deal with big groups.
Oh yeah, there's some of those that are absolutely built around it. David says, I wish there was more shouts in LFG for duos or max of 4. Well, here's what I want to do, David. And if you want to join our server, you're welcome. What I want to do with some of our beginning members here, because we're just kind of growing right now, and we got people joining every day, but I just want to find a couple of people, 3, 4, 5 people who are interested in doing duos. And did I just go back to the first floor because I'm talking and running around at the same time? Yeah, they got to be around here somewhere. There's only 2 floors then. But what I would like to do is a program called Dynamic Duos, where I get with people and they either they show me a character that they want me to duo up with, and then I make what I think is going to be a perfect complement to that, or vice versa, right? I provide a character and they make a perfect complement, and then we just go through and start doing content, leveling them up, and seeing, you know, as we get to play together, and if we gel really well, we can push the content a little bit. Now, I'm not a hot, sweaty player. I don't look to do +4 or anything like that. But if we're duoing and we're creaming everything, then I'm happy to do ×3 with 2 people. Give us a few extra mobs, more XP, makes you feel more powerful. Maybe +4, maybe even ×4. I usually don't bump up the pluses though. Not until you get like incarnate powers and stuff, and then you're just keeping up with your incarnate levels on those missions. But I'm with you, David. I think, you know, I like the shouts for smaller groups. Big brutes and tanks left team. Yeah, so I often point out to people, let me go ahead and get the next mission up, but I often point out to people that Sentinels and brutes are better. They shine more in small groups, and tankers and controllers and defenders. These are classes that really tend to shine. Blasters tend to shine more. Basically, the original hero classes really do shine best in big groups, right? And you really see that with like the Sentinel versus the Blaster. The Sentinel has an AoE cap usually of 10, and with a lot of their powers, and those same powers in a Blaster have a cap of 16. So you're just going to get more shine.
Now that you bring that up, I'm realizing you're right on that. I never thought of it that way. I never thought of it as, see, hero stuff is all oriented around group gameplay, where the City of Villains and Beyond is orientated a little bit less around that and more widespread.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's the same thing with brutes versus tankers, right? As you probably know, brutes have an aggro limit, I think, of like 10, whereas tankers have an aggro limit of 16. So again, in bigger groups, tankers are going to be able to hold that aggro down better. But in a smaller group, you're probably wanting that extra damage a brute can bring to the table, because you may not have a lot of damage dealers to begin with anyway. So yeah. I can't tell you in small groups how often my Sentinel ends up playing tank or off tank. I'll oftentimes take provoke on my Sentinels just in case it's needed, like if I'm running with a blaster or something, or a scrapper. Because even though I should have the same defenses as a scrapper, honestly, it just scrappers. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys about scrappers.
Scrappers are decent. I prefer stalkers over scrappers.
I'm with you. I prefer stalkers over scrappers, particularly in solo.
Solo, 100%. You can go anywhere on a stalker. You can't do that with the scrapper.
Right. But yeah, David, that's my burning idea. So whether it's thematic duos, or we're just going to try to be a little min-maxy and say, well, you know what, this brute would go really good with a blaster, Absolutely. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat here in the game, because I'm really bad about reading this. Let me see what you got. Oh, Illusion Marine Controller. Illusion Marine Controller. Okay, I'll have to look at that. Getting a ton of Sentinel is smart. Yeah, that's what I do. And I led a lot of groups on that Sentinel. Stalkers are amazing. Probably going to make my first Stalker soon. You want to stand back from that altar, maybe, because it might blow up and explode in your face. I'm just going to stand way back here. There they go. Bye! Was that you?
I love that.
Was that your character or somebody else's character?
That was someone else's.
Fair enough. Let's see here. Let me see what else you guys are saying. Yeah, it does let the mission shine more, David. I'll tell you what, man. I was playing... So get this. We had one of our members who loves to play Scrapper. So I took him with my Arsenal Dominator. And he had a good time, because he felt like, normally as a Scrapper, he has a really hard time soloing for some reason. I can't imagine why. And so he liked the fact that I was controlling things and holding it down and confusing them so that he could go in and do his kills. But then later on, I switched to my Fire Time Corruptor. And boy, did he feel powerful with that one. Right, between the buffs, the slowing, and the fact that I'm also contributing AoE damage, which weakens them, which means he's getting the kill shots on a lot. He felt powerful, and the reality was we were absolutely creaming things faster than ever before. So, playing some of these different duos and trying out different things, you see you know what, that Time Corruptor worked really good with whatever build he had going on with his Scrapper. Right? Arsenal Trick Arrow. That does sound pretty cool there, actually. That would definitely be a trolling troller, I think. I'm in Discord, but not going to pop in while you're streaming. Just hit me up when you have time. Are you going to be hanging out and watching the YouTube here for a bit? We're probably 20-ish minutes before having this done, and I could get you in after that. I struggle a bit playing melee characters. The target's a bit wonky for me. I'm with you, David. I'm not a biggest fan of melee characters. I do play them sometimes. I like the Stalker, but mostly in solo. I did play my Brute today, and the Savage Brute is really cool because they have that opening attack that lets them teleport to the target, and I think that helps me a bit in the targeting. Also, you want to set a hotkey for follow. So if you do have a runner, you can set your character to keep running after them if you want. It also doesn't hurt between us girls. Later on, when you got the room for it in your build in the higher levels, taking a range power or two from one of the other power sets can certainly help you just to have something for those runners that you can fall back on. So you're not constantly chasing every single thing down on the screen. And there's a couple of, epic power pools and whatnot that can help you out with that. But that's just my 2 cents. And we're listening. Okay, you're definitely going to hear us when we're done, Big, because we'll talk about our stuff. And I got to get Yorn here leveled up after this because he's only gained like 3 levels so far, I think, and whatnot. With Mace Mastery, you have like 3 targeted AoEs. Whoa, wait, Master. Are you talking about Mace as in the mace that's on, like, Mace Mastery on a Brute? Oh, get the fuck out. Are you serious? Are you serious? Get out of here. Okay, when we're done with this, I need you. I'm going to show you. You're going to help me out, okay, Mass? You got to hang after class, all right? Remind me about Mace Mastery. You and I need to have a little chit chat, okay? We're gonna have a little what we call a little sidebar. As my boss used to say, filling to have a sidebar with you, and you always knew you were like, oh, it could be good, it could be bad. Sometimes it's a good sidebar, sometimes it was a bad sidebar. Okay, I want to show you something, get your thoughts on it. It's really funny. We're in this ice area, and I'm playing Yorn ice hole. Let's see. I like my Peacebringer because they have a touch of melee with plenty of range options. That's good. That's good. You love melee. Stalkers, tankers, brutes, and scrappers. My first and favorite tune was a fire blaster. I will tell you. Because of my play style, I'm more of a fan of the newer classes than the OGs, right? Now, so I'm not as much of a fan as tanker or defender. I love playing support. I really, really do. And I love controlling things. I really, really do. But these classes suck in solo. I'm sorry. It's like watching paint dry. But the one class from the original City of Heroes that I have done a 180-degree turn on between live and homecoming is the Blaster. The Blaster used to be so freaking pathetically weak that if a thug, just looked at you too hard, you died. I used to die left and right. Now on homecoming, I don't think my defenses are all that much better on a low-level Blaster, but I think that the damage has been increased so much that things melt before they can kick me in the crotch. I'm still pretty flimsy, but as long as I'm careful, I kill them all, or at the very least I have a few tricks up on my sleeve that can slow them down enough so I can finish them off. So my beam rifle devices is my 007 agent character, Kim Archer, and she just melts things. But if they do happen to get close, they're going to run into the caltrops, they're going to run into the gun drone, they're going to run into the trip mine, they're going to run into a remote bomb in their face. She can lower their accuracy. So now none of that's going to really truly stop mini-mobs, but it slows them down enough to where she can finish them off. Whereas before in live, those little tricks weren't enough. We need to take a right here and clear this room out, guys. Whoops. Please, thank you. Just to be clear what I say, target AoEs, I mean, there's one on Mace Mastery, AoE knockback, however, has a single target minus your first power kick, but there's a lot more than I thought. You're going to have to talk me through it because I think I've lost some of that thread. So, on Mace Mastery, we'll take a look at it after this, I think. I have only 2 Blaster. I've always preferred supportive characters more. I did a Storm, Blast, Sentinel, and kind of wish I had made it a Blaster instead. Why do you say that, David? Now, I don't know. There are a few power differences between Sentinel. Like, if you look at a Fire Sentinel and a Fire Blaster, and I've played both, there's a couple of power differences. but they are very similar in many respects as well. So I'm kind of curious what it was that bothered you so much about the Sentinel and why you'd want to play a Blaster, especially if you're doing solo. I think that the Sentinels tend to be easier to solo overall. But don't get me wrong, I put Blasters in the A tier for soloing since they've been buffed to hell and back, but they're like an A- and the Sentinels are an A+. I think you cannot make a bad Sentinel that can't solo. You may not be the most efficient killer if you do a bad build, but you're going to get through things pretty fast, relatively speaking. We need to get the ones up here. You're going to get through them relatively quickly, and you're going to be tanky, especially as you level up and you get your defenses put into place, and you got some of the best early level mez protection of any class. I can't even remember the last time my Sentinel was actually mezzed. Oh, is that my good friend LD? Your weaknesses. It is a busy night on the streaming, that's for sure. I once went incarnate with my Blaster and the 2 powers unlocked at max, and I was able to solo an AV. Yeah, no, I mean, once you hit 50 and you're doing incarnates and stuff, a lot of things come online. So my tier lists are always based on the 10 through 40-ish experience with SOs or non-set IOs. But obviously, when you get into 40s, you can start getting into sets, epic power pools.
Door back here that needs to be opened that has a bunch of guys.
Oh, well. You do like to get into trouble, don't you?
Always!
In terms
Even when
of
I don't try to get myself in trouble, I get myself in trouble.
So, David, what makes you think that the Sentinel does, or that the Blaster does more damage in solo? Blasters are broken. They are really good, don't get me wrong. But I want to see where David's impressions are coming from exactly. Because there is... I can give you a whole dissertation because I've done a 30-minute video on this, but I'd rather hear what's given David the impression first. Because there's some bad information out there, and there's some good information out there. Good call out on that extra room there. You definitely want to kill them all, because I hate getting to the end of this and finding out we're missing the key. Now here's the guy called Keystone, so this is probably one of our last key guy right here. So pretty sure the guy named Keystone is the one with the key. And they're just broken, just facts. I always love when these guys are slipping on ice and water and stuff. It's always a good feeling. Got another group around the corner here. So we're taking these guys out. So how are you doing tonight, LD? How are you feeling?
Pretty good, same as usual, I guess.
Nice. Any day you wake up is a good day, right?
That's what they tell me. Although there's been several days where I've been inclined to disagree.
Princess Yuki asks, is the Sentinel a new class after the game shut down? Wasn't it a last-minute class? Wasn't it in live?
It was a last-minute class before the servers went down.
Yeah, so it was in there at the last minute. Now, the different private servers have kind of got their own take. You might experience a slightly different class ability if you go to a different server, but here on Homecoming it's the vulnerability power. That's powered by your opportunity bar, which just powers up over time, and it gives a flat 15% resistance reduction to an enemy, which is really great for bosses. but they're working on that. I'm trying to be concise. I always play support, so to finally make a damage-oriented tune and choose Sentinel and Stormblast feels like I'm not getting the full experience. Sentinel with his lower damage numbers. So my question, David, is why do you think Sentinel has lower damage numbers? What's leading you to make that statement? Stormblast with a little number. I wanted a big instant numbers for a different power, I guess. Now, it is true, like if you play Sentinel, you're getting a little bit of, or a blaster. Depending on the power set, you're getting a little bit of support, right? And sometimes it's some control and stuff like that, and you can kind of soft support the team or yourself. Absolutely, that you don't get on most Sentinels, right? Sentinels are pretty much just pew pew and then take the punch on the chin. So think about it this way: with a Sentinel, you are still supporting your team, especially if you're, let's say, in a team setting and you take taunt. Then you're bringing those enemies to you. And I've done this plenty of times where if I'm playing like with, let's say, a blaster and a scrapper, or a controller who can, and a controller and a defender, and I'm playing a Sentinel, I'm still supporting because I'm drawing them to me. I guess tank support in a way, but yeah, you're right. Like, it's not the same thing. Beast Tamer was a new class as well. I was level 1 when the game closed. Aw, that sounds like a fun class. I guess we still have the Mastermind, at least. I do love my Mastermind doggos. That new Beastmaster Mastermind I'm playing is a lot. I just love the dogs. I can't tell you that the gameplay is super good with the dogs. The dogs is fun. Yeah. Alright, are we up to Frostfire here? Oh no, we're not. Not yet. This is the warm-up room with all the ice in it. They're just trying to hang in the door and hit things with ice powers while they're on ice. In my luck, all these guys have like major ice resistance because they're all working for Frostfire here, so nothing invalidates your class more like a dungeon with a bunch of guys who resist your powers. But hey, playing a telepath against the Arachnos and Mu on the villain side really taught me the value of being completely invalidated through entire story arcs and how much fun that could be. Well, explain to me, well, what I'm asking David. I want to know exactly why David is saying that, right? What is leading him to believe that exactly? Ooh, I found the party room over here. The target caps the inherent powers confuse you. I thought they had lower max damage compared to blasters. Okay. So let's go through a little bit of this, right? You're right on the range, right? They have shorter range. Now, that doesn't really affect your damage numbers directly per se. But if you say, hey, their powers overall have less range than blaster, you're absolutely right. If that's super important to you, it's not to me personally. I really have not run any issue with range, and you can always slot for range, but I haven't. Yes, you can certainly feel it when you switch back and forth between the classes. Sure, there's a little bit of a range difference there. The target caps. Well, David, you mentioned you like to play solo in small groups. How often do you think those damage caps are really coming into play? Right? And even when you're in a large group, that's the funny thing, right? Like when your blaster got to do his thing by letting the tank and everybody go in first because you don't want to be the first one and get alpha blast, did you really get value out of your damage cap? You get to see that a lot. Now, if you're planning on soloing ×8 content later on, I think you are going to start, obviously, to feel that. But that's way down the road. And after you've gone through a lot of 10 to 40 content or 1 through 40 content, if you're like me, playing solo, right? So keep that in perspective. And that kind of gets into, other conversation. So your damage caps, I don't think, come into play as often as you might think, again, depending on the content you're running. And if you're in an 8-man group, no one's probably going to care whether or not you're hitting caps or not anyways. And you probably won't even notice the difference. The inherent power is a bit confusing. So what it does is it puts a 15% resistance on the enemy that you target. Now, it is really cool for marking an enemy on the map or out there that everyone can target on, making Sentinel kind of a... making it easy for other team members to go after that guy right now. So that's kind of fun. But what it does is 15% resistance. And what that makes it very valuable for our bosses. It's extremely valuable for bosses. What that means is that your Sentinel is multiplying everybody else's damage on the team against a boss, which can be some of the hardest content in the game, right, are the bosses. I guess we need to do this room over here just to be on the safe side. There might be a Keymaster in here or something. I don't know. Probably doesn't hurt to kill them all.
To kill them all.
Yeah. So keep in mind that so when you're fighting a boss, right, damage caps don't usually matter. AoE caps don't matter, I should say, because there's not usually that many mooks with the boss, and if they are, they die quickly. But your vulnerability from your Sentinel, that's a 15% resistance. That means everyone's going to do more damage on the team because of you. The blaster isn't doing that. Let's see what else you say. And I thought they had lower max damage compared to blasters. That would... So I did a video on this and showed power by power how much damage each one does. And I spec'd out 2 exactly the same. And you'll see that for the most part, on most of their powers, their damage is the same. There's 2 big, huge differences. One is the snipe attack. Sentinels don't have snipe attacks. Those are usually replaced with some sort of blast attack. The blast attack does pretty good damage in combat, but it doesn't open up with a big I kill you button. That takes like 3 seconds. If you're the kind of person who is patient when starting a fight, then sure. Yeah, the Sentinel can't kill somebody, like a lieutenant straight out the way a blaster can, before opening up a fight with a sniper attack. But that blast is really... That blast on a Sentinel, it's basically... the one I looked at was actually a little bit better than basically the in-battle snipe attack on the blaster. So go figure that one. Plus it had a nice knockback. So that one's kind of a little mixed. Now, the big damage difference you see is on the T9, right? So like Inferno on Fire. And that's, by the way, the one with the big damage cap issue, right? That's a big damage cap difference as well. AoE damage cap difference. But the recharge on Sentinel is like literally almost twice as fast. So you're doing less damage, but you're using the power a lot more often. So here's a question, right? If you can only do your big booming like once every 90 seconds or once every 45 seconds or 50 seconds, which do you prefer? The big booming that does big, huge damage and gives you bigger numbers once every couple of minutes, or the more frequent booming that gives you smaller numbers. And it's really going to depend on your situation. If you take like across the board, if the math worked out exactly to where they would average DPS exactly the same, you generally want smaller boomings that happen more often, because obviously with the big booming that only happens so often, you're usually going to have some damage that gets lost to just overkill, right? But I think on the DPS calculation, the Sentinel still comes a little behind. So on your tier 9 power, you are correct. But again, I personally like the fact that it pops more often, and I think it makes up for it with the faster recharge. So there's that. I think with this group can we go straight in? I can pull if we want to hang back here so people don't go sliding on the ice. Let me just, or you know what? You could go in there and pull. I don't care who pulls. Uh-oh. I slipped on the ice myself after saying, watch out for the ice. There we go. So in short, and here's the, now, so far on paper, I would say, again, it goes back to what I was saying before, in small groups, the Sentinel's actually very, very comparable to the Blaster. When you're looking, now there's a big asterisk on this, but so far, if you're just looking at the powers on one-for-one basis, which I did on a live stream or on a video, their powers are very comparable damage-wise. And in small groups, the AoE damage caps don't matter, right? But the Sentinel's defenses will matter. Of course, the Blaster has some control stuff that may or may not matter as well. Now, let's talk about the big differences between the two, right? And the real big difference that you probably haven't thought about, or really put in, is the class power, Defiance from Blaster. The more the Blaster's in a combat, the more their Defiance kicks up their damage. And in a lot of test playing and streaming and stuff like that, it adds an extra 20 to 30%. Now, this is similar to basically eating a red all the time. Eating an enrage all the time. That's what that kind of works out to be. Now, 25% is decent, but keep in mind, this is 25% on the base. You are already getting like an extra, 70, 80, 90% from enhancements. Later on, you're going to get more damage from bonuses and incarnates and stuff, right? So your damage, and then heaven forbid somebody in the team is buffing you. So you might have like 200, 300% damage, and this just adds an extra 25%. So it's really only 10%, whatever extra damage. So kind of keep that in mind. With that being said, I think as you're going through missions, you will feel because of that Defiance. The Blaster from mission to mission will feel like they're melting things a bit faster, but again, if something gets to you, you're going to die. But what they're doing with Sentinels is they're adding crits to Sentinels, very much like the Scrapper crits, and that, my friend, is going to basically level that particular playing field. So, when that gets implemented, because it's a 40% chance for 40% extra damage. That's essentially a 16% DPS buff, and there's our 18 reward merits. 57 minutes. So you're going to see Sentinels get a nice little buff here. So and their ability is also going to get buffed. Opportunity is going to affect multiple people. Now, if you use vulnerability, that eats up opportunity, which means your crit chances will go down because your crit chances are powered by opportunity. So keep that in mind. We'll have videos on that once it goes live. I've already done some work on the test server, so I know what to expect. All right. Relate me to questions regarding trollers. Oh. Alright, so that is it. No, we finished. We're finished, Max Tragedy. We finished that up, so everyone got their 18 reward merits. So that is good. Now somebody was going to, but someone, I forget who was going to show me about the War Maze. Who was that? Yeah, no, we finished. We did the thing. We won. Oh, okay. Well, hold on one second before you go. Take a look. I'm gonna log out right now. Give me 1 second. I'll get over here and I'll log out quickly so we can look at it real fast. All right. Let me go to character select here. Oh, I need 20-second countdown.
While you're waiting on that, I'm actually gonna log off. I gotta get some work done.
So, all right. Well, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, good run. GG.
So, JC, one thing I want to mention to you is join my Discord server, because I have a self-promote area where you can share your videos and get my Say Heroes viewers to watch your videos.
Well, there you go. You can feel free to shoot me off some details there, and
Yeah, I'll private message you an invite.
All right. So. All right. So here is my War Mace Shield Maiden here, who has a brand new character. I don't even have much done on her yet, and whatever have you. So she's a little falcon lady there with flapping wings. So my question, so you said I have some AoEs here in Mace coming up? Let's take a look at the powers here. Pulverized Jawbreaker. We have Whirling Mace. And whatnot. The crit thing isn't implemented right now. It's on the test server, David. So I tested on the test server. Yeah. Yeah, so it is in process. It's in process. With that being said, I'll be honest, Dave. I've leveled up several blasters and several sentinels. And again, in small groups and in solo play, yes, I can feel my blaster does kill a little bit faster. But my blasters also die. Because you just inevitably get into situations, because they're so squishy, where their defenses get overrun, or you get, snuck up from behind, or whatever have you. And my Sentinel hardly ever dies. Oh, and then blasters get mezzed. Sentinels never get mezzed, and that's killing your DPS. So don't just look at the numbers. You gotta look at the whole package. Play a few up to, the mid-20s or so. Try some different ones. Fire Bio Sentinel, for example. The Bio Armor gives you a damage boost, which offsets the blaster bonus. Because you can put it on offensive mode and get 25% damage bonus. And I've shown that on some videos. I can show it right now. Really good stuff. And what have you. So, yeah. You have to leave? All right, Super Soul. Well, thanks for hanging out. Everyone who has to leave, thank you for hanging out. We'll be doing another run. Do I have any insight into Storm Blast? I don't. I just made a Storm Blast Corruptor. I use Storm Control on my Dominators, or on my Corruptor, and it's great. But as far as Storm Blast as the offensive power, let me take a look here. I built a Storm, but I built some sort of Storm attacking tune, and I haven't had yet. I've heard it's good. I mean, people, the reason why I built one is, anytime before I build something, I just throw it out there and say, hey guys, what do you think? And people say Storm Marine, I made a Storm Marine dealie. And whatever have you. Now I'll show you here. Let me show you something, Dave. Here is, I have two 50 Sentinels. One which didn't have great synergy, but I still enjoy playing this character. It's Energy, Blast, Invulnerability. So no synergy there between the power sets, but still a very effective character that kicks butt. But then there's the one that is synergized well, and I just happen to walk into this one. It's the Unstoppable Firebug. And oh boy, is the Unstoppable Firebug unstoppable. Let me see if I have some. I have a mission right here I can pick, and we can show you just how unstoppable the Firebug is. Got it set to 3 players. Yeah, we'll keep it at 3 just so I have plenty of mobs to work with. Well, I mean, we're talking about big AoE after all, so we'll make sure we have plenty of mobs. Now, the thing is, if you're soloing, right, you can absolutely, and you absolutely should, use the knowledge of the Sentinel's limitations to get the most out of that run. So if I'm playing a Sentinel, for example, what I'm going to do is, I know I can take more hits than a blaster, but my AoE caps are lower. So what am I going to do, boys and girls? I'm going to set it, if I'm really powerful, like this character tends to be, I'm going to set it at something like ×3, but I'm not. But I might put it at a +1 or 2. Make them tougher, but keep them fewer. Whereas if I'm playing a blaster, I'll do the opposite. I can't take a lot of hits. I'm kind of squishy, but I know I can blow a lot of things up at once. So I might go for a times 4, but it's plus 0, right? So for 4 players, but times 0, right? You can minimize the effects there, David. But let me show you why this combination is so good, right? You can absolutely go to the vendor and minimize the minimize effects and stuff. That is totally up to you. There's a lot of cosmetic enhancements you can do with these things, right? So let's go ahead and get her into outfit here. It's a lot of a lot of smoke here, and let's go ahead and change our artwork here because we want to make sure we have Firebug's artwork. There we go. Uh-oh, that's a little too big. We don't want her like flying through the screen. All right. Let's go ahead and we're going to turn on environmental adaptiveness, hardened carapace. Of course, we're going to turn on autocast on hasten. We're going to put some toughness in there. All right. I need to get the... Speaking of special effects, I need to turn off the glowing hands from haste, but whatever. And then we have offensive adaptation. Okay. So there we go. So... And we can show you how to turn... I can turn off like any of these effects from this. The electricity actually kind of fits her because she's on fire. She looks like she's on fire, which is what a firebug should be. All right, now let's go find something to kill. So we're all prepared. And we're going to go run into this group of mobs here. And here's one reason where Sentinel can sign. So the tier 9 on fire is a PB AoE. When you try to do that on a blaster, you have to run in there and explode. And if anything survives, you could be eating dirt. Sentinel doesn't care. Sentinel doesn't need to care. Sentinel just goes in and goes, Leroy Drinkers. That did absolutely... Well, it did hit their hit parts, but these things are resistant to knockback. Usually it tends to blow things back. I'm kind of disappointed at Titch. Like, here, let me show this off, and then they don't get blown back. These guys have knockback protection, sadly. So this blazing bolt is what replaces the sniper attack. And this usually has good knockback, but as I said, these guys are very resistant to knockback, so... We're getting some of the power snuffed out with these guys. But see there, no problem taking those apart and gosh, I don't even think I touched my health bar. And this is an offense mode. I have a defense mode. So in this offense mode, you're going to see my damage bonus is 37%. If I go to defensive mode, my smashing and lethal will increase at a cap of 75%. My damage bonus goes down to negative 13% because I'm giving up offense for defense. If I go into the middle with energy efficiency, I have middle defenses and I have a damage bonus of 12%. That's probably from set bonuses. So by going offense, I get a 25% damage boost, which is very similar to the Blaster's Defiance. Now, the Blaster can take certain power sets to increase their damage, such as Devices has the targeting drone, I believe, gives them a nice damage boost. That's in the same ballpark and whatnot. Let's go ahead and do a lot of AoE this time. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know what happened to that last one, but yeah. This is generally what happens. Now this, look at this. The recharge on this, Dave, is only 20 seconds. 20 seconds on that T9 power. Your blaster can't get close to that, my friend. They wish they could. It's already ready to go back again, just about. 2, 1. So I'll put Rain of Fire, and then boom, look at that. So see, if this was a blaster, I would have been able to do that last group, but not this group. So that damage would have been wasted. Does that make sense? Oh, looks like I got people behind me. You know, I really do find it funny when a bunch of dudes hit a firebug with a bunch of fire. Now, my blaster would have been in real trouble here because basically that group came up behind me and sucker punched me. Rude people. But I'm playing a frickin' Sentinel. I have defenses for my defenses. I have 2 extra super get me out of jail free cards. before I even touch my inspirations. I haven't touched inspirations yet. Is it a regular power with a slightly longer cooldown? I would not say that. Here's Fire Blast, right? Here's Fireball, which is your regular AoE power. So Fireball is 159. 159. Fire Blast is... Fire Inferno, I mean. Inferno is 468. They're not even in the same ballpark, Dave. It's not even close. Now, I could look at Storm Summoning for you. Do you want me to look at Storm Summoning? We could play around with Storm Summoning if you want. I do know, or Storm Blast. I do know, actually, Storm Blast might be, that might be the one that's getting changed, Dave, because I think there is a big problem with it. Yeah, I'd have to go to the test server to show you. Give me 1 second, though, guys. I gotta go use the girls' room, so give me a minute. I'll be right back.
Yep, I'm here. I was just getting the oral portal for the rest of my red guys. I I don't even know how to get it on the red side, if I'm being honest. Not a clue. Yep. Yep. What about
we have returned. Alright. Gonna bounce. It'll be a high level one anyway, if I recall correctly. I don't know. So yeah, David. So there's supposed to be a change on Storm Blast. And I'll try to show what it is here through the test server here. I'll show you. And let me ask, I have LD on the line here. Liquid, have you played any Storm Blast in the past?
I think.
Well, if you don't remember, then probably it's a moot point.
Well, no, but like there's Storm and then there's Storm Blast, right? So,
Right, there's Storm like a control, and then there's Storm Blast, which is the pew pew. Right.
Yeah, no, I think I mostly played Storm.
All right. So, you still with me, Dave? In the chat? All right, Dave. And what level is your Sentinel right now? Oh, you've got to be kidding. Someone's already got my test name on the test server. $50. Oh, perfect, Dave. Perfect. All right, so this is excellent. Okay. Because you're going to be able to look at this and tell me if this looks any better or not. Let's see. No help. I've got some, like, banging music going on here in Atlas Park. Alright, I'm going to make this character level 30. And level her up real fast. So I'm not gonna do too much min-maxing here. The objective is to kind of get the powers and look at them and compare them and all that other fun jazz. You gotta love, like, this is like a bunch of pop-ups, you know, as you're like doing the levels really quick. Oh wait, this is the intensify. We'll use a little intelligence. Not much. Wish Discord would stop popping up. Let me put Discord do not disturb because I'm getting a lot of, you're probably hearing it on the stream. We're getting a lot of pings there. We're very popular tonight. Let's see here. Always very important to pick flight by level 14 if you can. Real min-maxers, pick flight. What is this? Range, location, AoE, full recharge, my speed, enhance. this thing even do damage? No. What is this? Resistance to smashing lethal on self. Oh, that's Hardened Carapace. Storm Cell. Oh gosh, that's a lot of damage. Okay. That's all I need to see. Chain Lightning sounds like a lot of fun. Boy, I got some real good rocket music going on here in Atlas Park today. I didn't realize Atlas Park had such crazy tunes. It's pretty good. Category 5. That sounds impressive. Okay, stop bugging me, I get it. Oh my gosh. Alright, finally. Now, the next thing we can do here is we can go into freebies menu and we can say auto. Yeah, I will tell you, Dave, when I tried this, so a year and a half ago when I was first on Homecoming, I did try the Storm Doohickey on a Blaster Sentinel on the test server. And I didn't really much care for it myself, so I didn't actually follow through and build it and whatnot. Because that whole, I do recall to your point that was pretty confusing, right? And it did seem like I had to do all this extra work to do what other blasters and sentinels do without all that work, right? So I do get that. Now, with that being said, we're going to see here, because supposedly some of that has been addressed with this patch that's going to be coming out, so you might be ahead of the curve. And I do feel like this would be an issue if you were on a blaster anyways. I don't think these powers are terribly different on a outside the sniper shot, of course. Let's see, Hailstones, followed by Jetstream, followed by Storm Cell, followed by Intensify. Well, Intensify is your self to damage and all that other jazz, so I usually stick that right there. Hardened Carapace, Rebuild. We'll throw these two on real quick. So you see that effect on her. I think one of y'all said you don't like the bio effect. Oh, well, it's not even doing anything to her right now. But you can turn that off if it bothers you, I believe. Maybe this is the one that bothers people. Offensive adaptation. So it bothers you to see those electric lines, they don't fit in. Just go up to Lady Liberty here. First, you're going to need some influence, which, you know, we can kind of give ourselves some influence here. And then say customize your appearance. And go into your primary, secondary armors. Here we go. Bio armor. And offensive adaptation. Just put... Oh. Okay, well, this is one of those I don't think has an option to turn off. Some of them usually do have an option to turn it off, but not this guy. You can color it, though. So, you know, there's that. So, well, you do you. But, yeah, you'd have to consider that, I suppose. But it is very powerful, so we do like it. Okay. So we have Storm Cell right here, right? Let's go find a mission. What are we, level 30? Level 30. All right, Dave, we're doing some science together, buddy. Oh, you know what? Before I go there, Let me grab the radio. So I think we were talking about this before, that you might be able just to grab the radio right here in Atlas. Isn't it like this guy right out here you can grab a radio from? Oh, we'll just look at contacts here. Active, inactive, detective. Find contacts. Isn't it this guy right here, maybe? No, you're not the radio guy. I don't remember what the radio guy is in Atlas. And I thought they would put it up here, but I think I out-leveled it. Oh, here we go. Matthew Huckabee right there. Maybe he'll do it. No, that's the guy I was just talking to. Twin Shot. Is Twin Shot gonna give me a radio? Somehow I doubt it.
No.
We'll just get it in. We'll get it in Croatoa. If you're just joining, welcome. I hope you're having a good evening. Hope everything's going good for you. And whatnot. Orwich, oh. Where am I at? Croatoa? Is there a radio doohickey person in Croatoa?
It's never good.
Grr. Grr. Alright, freebies menu, travel unlocks, Ouroboros. One way or the other, I'm going to find some things to kill. Oh, you know what? I'll just street sweep here. Here we go. Let's just go street sweeping, right? So, alright. So let's
get the radio on King's Row.
Alright, so let's go. Let's do some street sweeping. We are on Excelsior. That's right, Big Papa. So we do Storm Cell first, right? Because you have to have that to do any good damage. Alright. So, let's do some Chain Lightning. Oh, I like that. Lightning strikes. Oh, he be dead. Oh, good grief. You gotta hate how that pops up when you're doing your thing. Wow. How do I have to kill things around? What does a person have to do to kill somebody? What was that? Hailstones. Okay, that's a hailstones. Storm still looks bigger unless I'm crazy. You know what? You would know better. You would definitely know better. I am not super familiar with this. Now, I thought what was supposed to happen... Right now, this is, what, showing a 12-second recharge? I'll take a look at the notes here in a second. I'll tell you exactly what they say in the notes. I will... Wow, that is impressive. Wow. That is pretty cool. I could see why this probably doesn't do the highest amount of damage in the world. Because it's got so much control and knockback built into it, right? So you're having some trade-off there, like with energy. But it is really flavorful. Oh, he's getting his own little storm cloud. That's cute. He deserves it. That gust doesn't look that impressive. FS looks different. It's a little lightning bolt thing that the spells, I'm assuming. Yeah. So let me read to you guys the notes, and we'll see exactly what the devs said they did exactly for this, okay? I'll read you the notes. Give me 1 second to pull it up here. I'll be happy to tell you what we found. so we're looking for Storm. That's just fixes, so that doesn't help us. Give me 1 second here. I think I've got it. Okay, let's see if we find Storm. All right. Storm Blast has a very unique playstyle, but it is one that has not been able to catch up in fast-paced team environments. We would like to have players have a much easier time maintaining their storm cells, as well as to have the wiggle room where they do not need to feed the storm cell and the Cat 5 storms as much in order to keep up with combat and do more than just brew their storms all the time. So Storm Brewing is now a temporary power that can stack up to 5 times on a player instead of being tied directly to the power used. This helps clean up the UI and still requires multiple Storm Blast powers to be used, as you only get 1 stack per individual cast. Storm Cell is now immobile. Its cast time has been reduced from 2 seconds to 1.2. Recharge has been reduced from 60 seconds to 15 seconds. Radius has been increased from 25 to 35 feet. The high winds proc is now timed to Storm Brewing. While high winds are active, Storm Cell will automatically cast lightning procs every 2 seconds. Storm Cell Automatic Lightning. These procs are now an aura power granted to the Storm Cell as long as the high wind is active. It can proc every 2 seconds on a target in a Storm Cell. After hitting a target, up to 2 additional nearby targets can be struck with an additional 33% chance of occurring for each. The main target cannot be hit again for 2 seconds. There's a whole kinds of notes about the different procs and stuff. Category 5. Radius of the damage over time lightning and storm cell check increased from 30 to 50 feet. The sentinel radius is increased from 30 to 40 feet. The DOT rate reduced from 5 times per second to twice per second. Category 5I. Radius reduced from 30 to 25 feet. Sentinel radius reduced from 25 to 20 feet. Category 5 Lightning. Now automatically strikes every second, has a 25% chance to trigger up to 5 targets. Damage reduced from scale 1 to scale 0.5. Shares the lightning lockout properties with Storm Cell Lightning for secondary mez effects. Damage and endurance drain not subject to lockout. Chain Lightning no longer deals additional DOT. It is also now an auto hit for applying its chain across enemies. The power still needs to pass it to hit check to actually hit enemies, but it no longer is subject to critical failures. Cloudburst now accepts slow and to hit debuff enhancements. So it sounds like in English they're trying to make this more smoother and movable and easier to use in a fast and frantic setting. So which I'm not really able to replicate that all too much here because I'm not with a group or something, but the idea is that you can put down Storm Cell more often and have it do its thing more often, and things should just be working better overall. If we take a look at my procs over here, keep an eye on my Storm Brewing thing here, right? That's our counter at the top here. So we can see how much storm stacks we have, because that powers things within the deal, right? So we take a look at like Cloud Burst. Unleashes a cloud that drops a torrent of freezing rain on your target. While in a storm cell, targets experience recharge to hit a movement speed debuff, so that's pretty cool. Chain Lightning. Cast a ball from the cloud, strike your targets, which then change outwards to additional enemies. Creatures unfortunate enough to be struck will be dealt energy damage and sapped of endurance. While in a storm cell, the main target Chain Lightning will experience additional drain. So we're able to put down these clouds a lot more often, a lot faster. They don't take as long to cast, so everything's kind of smoother there. And if I haven't said it before, this hurricane, this thing is impressive. That's impressive. That's impressive. So now I can immediately move to another group if I can find one and put another storm cell down pretty quickly. You know, because it's on a shorter cooldown nowadays. It doesn't look like, I will say, so Gust does more damage over time. If we take a look at the info on Gust here, for example, 4 ticks of 2.2 smashing targets if targets in a storm cell. So we're talking like if they're in a storm cell, we're talking an extra 8 or 9 points of damage. It's not the biggest buff in the world for that one. Let me take a look at Hailstones. 28 point target after 6 delay, 4 tickets of cold damage. Grants power storm cell high winds. I'm really curious as to why they took away the storm cell moving with you. It wasn't keeping up with groups, I think, maybe? So you're saying it used to move with you? Stronger debuffs. Additional Storm Blast targets will be enhanced when used against victims. Which would be kind of rough for blasters, right? Because if it moves with them, that means they have to get up close to be able to do their thing with the enemy if they can't just place it down. I think one thing that bothered me, now that I'm thinking about this, first of all, this is so gorgeous. But the thing that bothered me about that hurricane right there is that category 5 is it is kind of a damage over time. And, you know, with most other classes, they just do the big boom and it's done with. Now, I don't know how the damage compares without looking it up online. I do have like a level 30 fire, I think, built. Let me take a look here. So if we take a look at category 5, we're seeing, whoa, 616 damage? 616? 616. Holy cow. Wow. Wow, that is impressive. Because like Chain Lightning is 103, which is kind of close to Fireball, right? That's your basic AoE spammable power. But you're telling me the category 9 or the T9 does 616? Holy shiz. That is good. It would move with you and the cooldown was short enough to recast if you wanted to anyway, so I'm not sure why the change was necessary. Let's take a look again. Storm Cell, yeah, it does say it is now immobile. It wasn't able to catch up with you. So the reason for the change, David, is according to their notes, is that the Storm Cell wasn't keeping up with players who were moving very quickly. This was a common complaint from what I understand, was that Storm Cells just weren't keeping up too well with you know, with big groups on the move. Yeah, I think that's probably why. So it recast more often. Yeah. In solo, we probably wouldn't have noticed as much, Dave, honestly. But in big sweaty groups where they're constantly moving, I hate sweaty groups. This is why we can't have nice things, right, Dave? Would you agree with me? This is why we can't have nice things. Did you want to try to run something, Dave? Maybe LD wants to run something. Maybe we could run something together.
Yep, I'm not throwing you in.
You think you prefer faster movement speed and shortened recast time, so it's the best of both worlds. Maybe they couldn't speed up the movement speed on it, Dave. I'm not super sure. I'm not the dev. It might have been something that was hard-coded in, the speed of it or something, or maybe it's too much for the system to deal with it moving too quickly. I have no idea. It's a good question, and you can go on the forums and ask the question. Maybe a dev will answer. In fact, I encourage you to do it. In a cursory glance, I'm not seeing a lot of people giving feedback on this. It's very important you give feedback. I give feedback all the time when I test these things and stuff. I think it's important to be part of the community. It's a small group of volunteer devs, so I think it helps to have fun. It helps to give them this kind of feedback. This is impressive looking, I will say. I think I could get used to this. I think I want to roll one of these up now. Well, I got like a Tempest Blast or Weather Blast Corruptor, so hopefully it plays similar to this. But this is kind of fun. But yeah, you do have to put this little cast down first, I guess, and then you got to do the things. Oh gosh, I think I just fried that poor guy. He's really far out there, isn't he? Bye. You do have this extra step of setting up the storm cell every single time. I don't know if I like that, but it's so cool what it does. Well, let's see what the storm cell does. It isn't that just storm cell is just unnecessary. It isn't just that the storm cell has to be done just to do your job. To be fair, the storm cell itself is doing 38 energy target only while high end winds is active. What is high wind doohickeys again? Oh, so the more
it can't be all that different from playing Trigger or Traps. You gotta prep those every time too. So.
That's true. Yeah, if you want to be a trick arrow person, and that's the kind of style I generally enjoy, but I can understand why people don't enjoy it. How do you feel about that, LD? Do you like that kind of style?
Yeah, when I'm running solo, like I say, I find that the trick arrow and traps feel really lacking in groups.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, in groups, gosh.
When you get set up, they're already 2 runs ahead of you.
Now Storm. Yeah, you just happen to have some of the worst luck, Dave. My energy, my very first character, my energy sentinel, and my psychic dominator, and my robotic. No, I won't say about the robot. I think that one got tweaked a bit because Mastermind's got to rework. But my very first 2 characters out of the 3 have not been touched in years. Well, they're about to do Sentinels, I guess, and buff them, if you want to call that kind of applying to that character. So if I do 5 different powers, and hopefully these guys can survive 5 different powers. Oh, gosh, yeah, as soon as that 5th power went up, he got shot. That's most unfortunate for him. Oh gosh, this is kind of cool and interesting. It looks great. This is pretty cool. The storm cell itself, before the high winds kicks in, will slower their recharge, their run speed, their fly speed, their jump speed, gives them to hit. It does some debuffing, so it's like a debuff you put down on top of the fact, of course, your other things are going to do more inside of it. I think very interesting, very interesting. I wonder how this looks on the corruptor that I made. I'll find out when I level him up. Yeah. It looks like lightning procs are getting a huge buff with this. I think overall it looks like a buff, but I'm not familiar enough with the way it was before to explain, you know, just how much of a buff it is or anything along those lines. Yeah. Huh. They means that wonder how the storm cell won't be affected. I mean, it's a huge AoE. I can't imagine them wandering too far indoors. But if they wander, let them wander. I mean, it isn't like you're... If they're wandering out, they're probably not much of a threat anyways. It's kind of like the Rain of Fire if it gets them to run away. Sometimes you get that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I guess if you're chasing after him, I don't get the... What power do you think does a lot more damage inside than outside? Because in looking over, it looked like just minor differences, maybe? Like, what's one of your powers that you generally use to chase down a guy who's running away? It would be like hailstones and stuff, right? Because that's the single target deals. Because it does 84 damage base. And then... if it's in a storm cell, it has a 50% chance for a small magnitude knock on the target. It doesn't look like Hailstorms is doing a lot of extra damage on inside the storm cell. It just has a chance for knock. So I wouldn't worry too much. Yeah, like the lightning ones that are high damage. So we have like, what? We have Lightning Strike. Here, let's take a look at Lightning Strike. So Lightning Strike will do, I think, the same damage. It's 236 damage, which is huge. Single target. If they're in the storm cell, there's a chance they'll be stunned for 2 seconds. And it's 168, looks like 168 energy damage with a 40% chance of lightning. Jeez, and that's on top of the new crit chances and stuff. Which we didn't even see. Did we see crit pop up a lot on this? There's a crit, there's a crit, there's a crit, crit, crit. Look at the crits. That is insane. There's a crit, there's a crit, there's a crit, crit, crit. There's a crit. Oh, this is gonna... Dave, you're gonna like this, Dave. Look at this. There's a crit, there's a crit, there's a crit, crit, crit. Crit, 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 crit. I don't know if this will be the final form. This is obviously still in testing, but... You don't even need to put down the cloud. For like this kind of farming dude, like if you're just dealing with weaky guys and stragglers and stuff, I wouldn't worry so much about the cloud, man. That cloud is for setting up your bigger attacks, right? But against stragglers, running away people, stuff like that, I wouldn't sweat it, man. The base powers I don't get that much of a buff. They seem to get like more of a secondary effect from the storm cloud. There's that one that got a 10% or 15% damage buff with a DOT. Now your category 5, let's take a look at that. 46 ticks, 0.555 cold damage over 84% fly speed. This guy won't leave me alone while I'm reading my powers. The power being the Sentinel is that you can sit here and read about this while he attacks you. Alright, I'm looking for the part that says inside of the storm. Category... I'm not sure Category 5 even gets any benefit from being inside the storm, honestly. I'm not seeing anything on it that says this only happens if they're inside of the storm. The crit chances are 40% when the opportunity bar is full. Let me show you the opportunity bar, by the way. So the enhancements that they're doing to that. So right now in the server, if I go up to this guy and I press the Sentinel vulnerability button, it'll reduce his defenses by 15%. His resistance by 15%, which is really good for bosses or enemies that are just, resistant to smashing, lethal, whatever it is you're trying to do to them, right? Let me just kill off this guy real quick. Let me find a group of guys. Here's a group of guys. When you put vulnerability on this group of guys, what happens is nothing. Oh, that was a little disappointing. Try it again. Huh. What is supposed to happen is all 3 of those should have lit up. The last time I tried it, all 3 of them lit up. And what that does is gives them all minus resistances, but it's diminishing returns after the first target. So it's supposed to be more useful for a group. But now you're going to see crit doesn't pop up as often because I spent the resource. It builds up by fighting. You're going to start seeing crits pop up a little more often. Now here's a big group. Now for this I would use your Storm Cell because this is going to be a big nasty pull here. But to be fair, I'd probably also use Category 5, which doesn't even seem to care about that. And then just keep spamming your other powers because you want to get 5 different storm powers as quick as possible, so that here's the thing. Honestly, between us girls, I'm not super sure your Storm Cell is supporting your other powers as much as your other powers are supporting Storm Cell. Because when it hits 5, everything gets to become a winner with extra lightning strikes from the Storm Cell. Boy, he's tanky. This is a pet? Jeez, I'm sure he's a boss. Oh, hello, big boy. Man, this is a lot of control for a Sentinel. So much slowness and stuff. That's a boss. It's about to be a dead boss. There we go. So critical hits do 40% more damage, and there's a maximum 40% critical chance when your bar is full is what they got it set to right now. So this has been very fun, and now I have a baseline to compare my new Corruptor to, because I built a Storm Corruptor with Marine Affinity. All right. Do you want to run something, Dave? Do you feel like running something? And maybe LD might want to run something too. Now that we've done all this hot and sweaty science. LD is no stranger to science. I do like my Bo Jackson. Katana. Oh, I did make a War Mace Lady. Look at that. So... Brute, Sentinel. If you take a look real quick at this dual pistol Sentinel I did, and we take a look at her T9 power, Hail of Bullets, 200 points of damage. Your Storm is doing 600 points. That's insane. That's just incredibly insane. Wow. I think fire one does 400, I think. Jeez. But it is slow damage. It's spread, but it adds up. If that's accurate, I don't know how they came up with that figure. Oh, whatever you want to run, Dave. I think you've been such a trooper. What do you want to run, buddy? Maybe I'll even bring my Stonefall Sentinel. He's a new Earth Sentinel I made a few weeks ago. He's up level 23. He brings lots of rocks in. He rocks on. Voltaic Veil is a new Energy Blast. This is one of the recommendations from one of the viewers. But yeah, this is my new Stormblast Corruptor. So I need to level him up and get him set up, and I can start running him, which I should probably do off stream. But I'll put him here on my Corruptor list. This is Slipstream Water Blaster. Oh, what are you doing on the Corruptor page? Get over here to the Blaster page. You have too many alts?
And they're doing that.
Yeah, I think you're kind of in good company. I try to organize them. That apparently I've gotten a little messy here, so I'm organizing them there. Dominator page is looking clean. Corruptor, 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 Stormblast, Corruptor. Ouro Flashbacks from Wrath of the Righteous, if you're familiar with that. She's not a superhero, so I'm sure no one cares that she might be what she is. Blackest Heart. Dark Blast, Dark Armor, Sentinel. Huh. What you got for me, Dave? You tell me. And we'll rock something out here. I'm going to train up poor Yorin here. Glacial Shield. It envelops an ally. Its crystalline structure is reinforced to give the target good defense against a bunch of shit. You cannot stack. Well, that would be great if he was putting that himself. Covers ally thick frost. Okay, Ice Shield. One of your allies. Gosh, everything he has is against allies. Why did I pick this for? Stupid support characters. Oh gosh, his thing's all broke. No, not broken enhancements. No. You have a little 20 scrapper. Well, we can do a little 20 scrapper if you want. Help him get him up for you. You're feeding Yuki? Well, that's good. Let's see, Ice Shield. Oh, everyone's a winner with Ice Shield. So let's see, enhanced defense twice. Some damages. Everyone's a winner. All right, so I think he's all set. A lot of rock music out here. Oh wow. Oh wow, wow, wow. Alrighty. A little extra spending money for the pirate master. You know, he could always use a little extra argmady in his pocketbook, right? You let me know if you want to run, Dave. If you want to just relax, you don't have to run. You can just relax if you want. It's all good. Kind of quiet tonight, LD. I saw some people on earlier, and then they all disappeared on us.
Yeah, I thought Rob said he was going to be on all day today.
Was he on all day today? I didn't see him.
I don't know. I've been on, so I just
Yeah.
got back there a while ago.
I don't know. Here's the funny thing, Dave, if you're still there. The storm might actually be strongest on a corruptor, because I was seeing lots of damage over time, and the T9 being a damage over time, and damage over time really shines on corruptor. It really shines on corruptor. Well, you want to meet us over at Ouroboros? And it might, you know, if it's easier for you to be on Discord, you don't have to talk, but you might be able to hear me faster on there without the time delay. You do need to mute the video, though, otherwise it drives you crazy, but but it's all you. Otherwise, there's like a solid minute delay between what, or 30 seconds, maybe a minute is exaggerating.
You guys doing red or blue side?
Well, I was going to do some blue. Since that's what everyone tends to be, it's usually easier to kind of assume that.
Is there anything particular you want me to bring? Otherwise, I'm just going to jump on winter.
No. I think we're just going to do something easy peasy, and he's level 20, so it's going to be on that side of the fence, so I think you could just about bring anything.
Sounds like winter to me.
There you go.
Twist my rubber on.
Let's switch out our lovely hero here. Do. There we go. So I'll get over to Ouro here. Let's see, who's texting me this late at night? Okay. Nobody important. Destroy the artifact on Talos Island. Can I move? Am I stuck? Oh, I'm in rest mode. Oh, was I doing this? Is this an alignment mission? No. So we'll meet in the normal meeting spot here with Winterguard and I. And if you're just going to meet us right here underneath the bridge or the doorway here in Ouroboros, this is where I normally meet at and whatnot. So that's always a fun place to meet and do our thing and all that other fun jazz. So last night I made about 60 million, plus I have another 10 or 20 million still left to sell, plus I had 10 million I kept for myself in enhancements. And that took me roughly 30 to 40 minutes. So it was a pretty good night on the auction house last night. It's a pretty good night. Gold buff. Is that our friend Mr. David, maybe? Might be our friend Mr. David. I'm going to guess it's our friend Mr. David, so he can listen. And that might be him right there. A level 20 scrapper. That meets the criteria I was told. I like all the wing thing you got going on there. You got lots of wings coming out of different places. Okay. Alrighty. The wing team. There you go. Well, and Yubi would really... I should have brought my new brute. Wait, did I level up that brute yet? I haven't leveled her up yet, but she's got big wings. So that would fit in really well together. Oh yeah, Winter Guard has wings. I should go level the brute up really quick. No, okay.
Speaking of which...
What's that? Yeah, I'm going to go level up the brute? I can go level the brute if you want. What do we have? Defender, Scrapper. Actually, this is a pretty well-balanced team right here.
No. Wrong costume. Hold on.
Yeah, it's a very nice wintry outfit you got going on there.
No, that's the wrong costume. I was going to show you this before. I've had this forever now. I don't use it, but I just thought you'd get a kick out of it.
Very nice.
You know what? Never mind. I have no idea what I don't know what number that costume is.
Yeah. Well, you can see all your costumes in the menu and go down to costumes, and then you can just pick it out based off the previews there. If you're looking for a particular one in your library.
Where is it?
Go to
Costume.
menu and then go down to costumes. There you go. See there? Now I need to bring my Winged Falcon brute here, and we would be a full pair. Trio, whatever. 2 Scrapper. Well, Scrapper and a brute and a defender would probably work out pretty well. But here's what's really funny, and while she doesn't have any wings, her name is Zuli, which is a bluebird, right? So, because her name was Alpha Black Canary. So we're all got the bird theme going on when you think about it. It's like great minds think alike.
Well, I was laughing when you showed me that character you made.
Oh,
Almost the identical outfit.
Oh, with the wings and everything? Yeah, that was pretty funny. We could do this Ring of Pebbles, Striga Chapter 1. Let me look at my notes here. I've never heard of this one before. Story arcs. Let's see if it's in here. First, there's Clamor and Destruction. Clamor and Destruction. 50 merits, 11 doors. That sounds like a lot. And it says Task Force yes, but I don't think it is. And then Ring of Pebbles. Ring of Pebbles. 75 minutes it took me to get 20. Second mission had a time limit. Huh. Well, they don't make them fast at this level. You're in it to win it. All right, so let's do Clamor and Pebbles. No, Ring of Pebbles and Here and Now. 27 merits and only 4 doors, but with 3 hunts. 1 kill all and a villain at the end. Okay, well, that's... How hard can this be, right? We're experts, and we got a level 50 defender, so... Nothing can go wrong. Let me check my enhancements on this character. Oh, shit. Well, it'll work. Sure, sort of, kind of. I'll stop somewhere and buy a couple. Alright. Defeat 10 council. Stop gangs in Port Noble and defeat 10 council. Stop pest gangs in Port Noble. What's a Port Noble? Port Noble. Let's see where that's at. Port Noble, City of Heroes. Striga Island. All right. Hopefully our contact's in Striga. Yeah, the contact's in Striga. So we can teleport there. And we're looking for Port Noble. Which... let me see if my thing will show me where it's at here. We're looking for 10 council members. Council's in the lower left. Council's all over the place, really. This whole island's infested with freaking council. Port Noble. This has to be Port Noble. This area all down here has to be Port Noble. I think we just go around looking for the things right here and see if the kills don't start counting. Like, here's a whole bunch of councils right here. Come here and kill all these. Yeah, this'll work. Wow. I feel like those died really quick. Yeah, I'll kick this one dead. Yeah. Defeat six more councils.
Oh wait, never mind. I've got it already. Go ahead. Here. No, that's here. Here you don't.
Yeah, well, that's what I get for flying and killing at the same time. No cancels on that one. Here's some cancels over here. These are easy cancels. Alright, well that was easy. Rescue unwilling recruits. Next door. Let's see here. You made 4 million last night, Marty. You're thrilled, but you're only 15th level? Not too shabby. Now, how did you make that 4 million there, Marty? See, this would be a good trio, right? We could be like the birds. We need to come up with like a cool, like the Falcons of Power or some other name like that. Look at this guy hiding in the corner. Yeah, there you go. My double XP is down, but I'm not sure I care.
You said you were going to try and wean yourself off of it.
Yeah, I think like when they hit their 20s, especially once the controllers get their pets, or the dominators, I feel like, yeah, I'll just take my time after that leveling them up. I'm just not in a rush to get to 50 and do all that whole set thing and everything. That's a lot of people. Key found. Ooh. Death from above. Hey, alright, Smoking Piper. You doing some DFB over there, huh? Maybe that's what I should do, like on one night a week, is just run a DFB and people will sign up and be all excited we're leveling their lower level characters. Yeah, we'll see. Map, 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 map. Oh, we do have a target up here. Oh, this is the character who ran out of XP too, and it took me forever to level her up that day. But now that she has a pet, I'm perfectly happy with her. This is where you know, once a Dominators are pretty good even without their pets, honestly, but once they have their pets, jeez. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Here, recruits. Look at all of those yellow. Oh gosh, right there. Oh gosh, good thing I had stealth on. I like how he's holding his head. He can't stand the singing. Congrats. Ooh. So many hot and sweaty deaths. Miss? How did you miss all of them? Were they wearing earmuffs? I think they were all wearing earmuffs. Earplugs. Yeah, hot sweaty earplugs. That might have been too loud for y'all on YouTube land. How's everyone on YouTube land tonight? What's new on YouTube land? Ooh. Gosh, that is some epic control right there. And that's an epic retaliatory strike that I deserved. Just remember how to play the game, Big Papa? Press buttons. Uh-oh, there's a synapse on the loose. I have faith in you, Data Croon. I think you got this. But I'm just gonna we'll just throw a ninja star at him. There we go. You guys are maniacs. I suppose we are. We're the flying maniacs. We're the chirping maniacs. The hot and sweaty maniacs. You fight for us now. Stop shooting my little pet. Make yourself useful and go blow up one of your friends. So we found out some interesting facts, by the way, guys, for those of you listening, about controller damage and XP. So if you do, I think if you do like 20% of the damage, you still get 50% of the XP, right? So if the rest of the damage, if 80% is coming from confused people, it's going to cut into your XP quite a bit if it's 80% of the damage. So you need to be contributing. But if you do at least 50% of the damage, you're still getting like, I think it's 90% or 80% of the XP. So contribute at least 50%, which for a Dominator isn't a problem, but for a controller, well, you know. I kind of figured the confused people were most of my DPS as a controller. But it does mean, like, if you control, like, let's say 3 people, as long as you get like 20% damage on all of them, you're still getting a really good chunk of XP. Now, I was wondering who was also singing behind me. I was like, did we bring 2 Dominators? And I realized, no, it's the pet. Yeah, I'm going to tell myself I took down that boss all by myself. While the rest of them were goofing off with the small underlings. He looks like Lex Luthor. Bye, Lex. We hardly knew you. Oh, hello, group of bad guys.
Second group coming in.
Where's the second group?
Right there, they're coming in from behind.
I thought there was another one sneaking up totally behind us. Yeah, these guys are no. I was getting ready to sing my little lungs out for you, LD. I would totally protect you from those guys. With my screeching canary song. He won't get very far. The power of my song will compel him to stand there and get killed. Yays. Oh, there's our last hostage over there. Yeah. Hey Venta, how are you doing tonight? Yeah, kind of. It's a Ouroboros task force, so and sadly it doesn't allow for more to squeeze in once we get it started. Let's see here. Select them. Okay, so mission's completed. Go back to the contact. Let me go fly over to Sunshine. Wait, where is he? There he is. How are you doing tonight, Vanta? Are you having a good day? Merit farming. Oh, what are you merit farming on, Vanta? What are you using for your merit farm? Defeat 20 Sky Raiders. Let's see where we can find those hot and sweaty Sky Raiders. They are over where Winter Guard is at. Keep going forward, Winter Guard. You're in the right place. I'm going the wrong way. There you go. You should be surrounded by Sky Pirates somewhere nearby, according to the fancy downloaded map I'm using. Oh, there's a whole bunch coming after you. Look at them. Or maybe they're coming after me. Oh, they're just patrolling. I'll get their attention. You need some help? Just scream.
Oh, right here, yeah. On me.
Oh, I think I just knocked him to the ground. Yeah, I'm the king or queen of these here. Fancy. Smancy. That's a boss. That's why he's so hard to kill. Oh, screw you, boss. Yeah, solo Ouro. Oh, Vanta. So, give me some more details. What level are you, and what are you using for your farm? I don't know. Ooh, interesting. So yeah, we're looking for Sky Raiders around here. There's a bunch of werewolves, council people. They're not Sky Raiders. Oh, there's a bunch of Sky Raiders. Hey guys, come over to here. Ah! Stop shooting at me! I'm too beautiful to be shot. What happened to my cell? Oh, great. Now they're flying after me. Really? You guys don't give up, do you? Why are you teleporting me? I was leading you guys to more. Oh, you found some more tier 2. Oh, that force field generator likes you.
You're too far away for me to heal, so...
Ah! Where do you guys come from?
Well, we do teleport.
Yeah, Vanta, what level are you, and which Ouro missions are you using to farm tonight? And you know, a lot of people don't know about using Ouro to farm, so I think you're one step ahead of them. Where's our other friends down there? Oh, our scrapper friend is in there playing with a whole bunch of these guys here. Oh, we can return to contact. Ah, calling. Asking about available mission. Stop the cancel. Next mission is up. Yeah, this one, normally I'm not a big fan of hunts, but at least these have not been terribly inconvenient. Defeat all villains. This is a kill all. This is the kill all that they were talking about. So good thing LD loves kill alls, because it's gonna get his fill here.
Escort missions.
I have to say, I can't tell if you've just buffed the hell out of that Scrapper or if that's the best built Scrapper I've ever seen, but I don't hardly see Gazelle taking any damage for a level 20 Scrapper. That's some impressive stuff. It's the empathy buffs? I guess. Wow, what kind of buffs you throwing on people there? Boy.
Just fortitude and bear mind, and then every once in a while I hit you guys with rejuvenation arm. So.
Wow, because usually Scrappers just end up face planting a whole lot, but I said, you know what if I didn't control these guys here? I was going to keep an eye on the health bar and throw something out if I needed to, but I don't think her health bar's even moved down a titch. My health bar moves down a titch when I get hit.
Looks like she's got shield defense as well.
Well, I'm telling you what, if Scrappers can tank like that, I need to totally revamp my freaking tier list. And I need to get the secret sauce for getting that kind of defenses on a Scrapper. I think even a level 20 tank might have a problem just because you just don't have a lot of defenses yet, right? You're not at capped defenses or anything at this level. Ouch. Let me turn that down a little bit more. Got a lot of volume coming in from that there. If you guys in YouTube ever find the volume irritating or anything, let me know, because I'm just going off of sound bars and that can be a little hard to tell. I'm rolling a Scrapper after this. I didn't know they were so good. Yeah, jeez. I think this one will compete with my Brood, no problem. Oh, but if it's just the empathy, then that means when I run my Brute with you, I'm going to practically be invulnerable too. I look forward to this with much anticipation. I expect only the best buffs.
Fortunately, with empathy, you don't get a whole lot of choice.
Boot to the head. Bam, bam. Boot to the head. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, how are you feeling tonight, Pirate Princess? You hanging in there okay?
So,
You have that on CD.
yeah.
Alright, I feel like my controls are needed again. I'm just basically trying to be a DPS savant here. But these guys started hurting. I was trying to give Liquid Death validation for his healing choices, right? And leveling up. No. Getting sleepy. Hey, Smokey. Dr. Demento. Uh-oh. Whew. Sorry, had to get situated here. It's getting a little iffy. Fruity Loops on live, JC. You remember me? Zigzag is back. Fruity Loops on live. I wasn't anyone named Fruity Loops. I would never name a character Fruity Loops. That sounds funny though, but yeah, I wouldn't have named one of my characters Fruity Loops or used that as a handle. Ooh, a big roundhouse kick that put them all on the ground. Martial arts is so much fun on a Dom. How are you doing tonight, Zigzag? I hope you're doing well. It does have good animations, and I love how it knocks them down and stuff. I normally abhor melee on a squishy class, but here it is worth it.
What's going on, fellas?
Oh, there's the man. Our officer in training. He's been MIA though. We were reporting him not reporting for duty. AWOL, right? Absent without leave.
Wow.
Wow, that's not a good impression for an officer in training, right?
I got 10 million in the auction house, and I did.
I feel like I feel like LD could tell us what they used to do to people who went AWOL.
Liquid can tell you?
We
LD?
could tell you, yeah. Probably knows a few stories about some people who went AWOL.
LD is a man of few words. Very wise man.
This scrapper here, Gazelle, I'm telling you. Now, she has been tanking like a rock star here. I need this build when you're done there. Because I need to see what you got at your level 20 in your slots and stuff. I need the skinny. I need a screenshot of your enhancement page because you are rocking it. You've got to be the tankiest scrapper I've ever laid eyes on. No. You're lying. You're definitely the tankiest scrapper I've ever seen. Like the world's most like... Oh, back over here, guys. Back over here. Yeah, back over in this corner. We missed a whole group here. You have 4 enhancements that aren't red. All right. Let me try to control this one here first, or or maybe we don't need to, because we do have the world's best scrapper after all. Do 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 do. You can die. You can die. Oof. Okay. Alright, well I guess we know where the rest of them are at. They're marked on the map for our convenience. And that's interesting, they marked it on the map already. There's still 4 left. You usually only do that when there's like 1 or 2 left. So that was very nice of them. Like how... Oops, I got discombobulated. I'm like following... I thought my arrow was one of y'all's arrows, so I took... I'm like, I'm going the right way. No, I'm not. There, those ones up there shouldn't bother us anymore. Apparently I lied. Son of a bitch. Go beat up your friend. Okay, he's gonna go beat up his friend now. Bada boom, that did the trick. Our blue canary is now level 26. Oh, she's 27. I should have done a different rhyme. And without double XP either. Oh, she is 27. There's only like a few words that rhyme with 7, so I usually have to go for heaven. No one cares about leavened bread, so... Alright. We need 15 Council and 15 Banished Pantheon. The Council were back in the old place. The Banished Pantheon... Oh, there's a Banished Pantheon right in front of us. Yeah! Kill him! Yeah! Oh, that didn't count. We have to do it in the bog. Let me fly up here for a minute. Yeah, it only counts if it's in the right zone. I'm going to guess it's the zone right here to the right. At least these have been following a logical order so far. I would assume that, it'd be over here in this place that looks very boggy. So, we can try to see if we can find some banished over here. There's Council. Oh gosh, there's Council. Ouch, it hurts. Ouch, it hurts so much. Oh my gosh, you're still hitting me. Gazelle's going forward and just jumping all into the trees. Bye, Gazelle. Winter Guard's over. I'm going to stick with Winter Guard. Alright. Here's some Council down here, Winter Guard. Let's get these. Yeah, let's get these down here. Ouch. Well, this is working out really well. Ugh.
This from a more civilized angle.
Once I get them all held, they're just kind of easy pickings. Well, there is one that's kind of running around. I don't know what he's doing. Ugh. Well, I keep getting knocked down. It's really hard to do my holds when I'm the one being mezzed to death with knockback.
I can't do anything from knockback. I can protect you from sleeps and charm and all that stuff.
That's okay. That's what break freeze are for. But boy, these guys all turning into werewolves afterwards are a real pain in the ass.
Yes, yes.
You see Winter Guard is back?
Well, we definitely are giving you validation tonight. Whew. That was exciting. Whew. Okay, alright. Well, we got another group of banished pantheons over here, so... So if you want to go over there, I'll just, we'll do those. Good night, Pirate Princess. Have a good night. Appreciate you hanging out with us tonight, as always.
Like and subscribe and leave a comment below.
11 more councils. There's some councils over here. This would be very interesting to do solo because I don't think the outdoors really fluctuates really well, right? Are you guys over here, or did you find something else to beat up on? There's a winter guard. Where's our scrapper? I feel like our scrapper just... Where's the scrapper? Here, scrapper. Come back here, scrapper. Why are you over there, scrapper?
Fighting council.
Well... Yeah, we have to be over here in the bog. So follow the canary. And yeah, they only count if they're in the bog. I think these are in the bog. There's a whole bunch of them too. Oh, those are pantheons. I thought I saw, yeah, there's a counselor too in there. We'll just kill them all.
Roger that. Kill them all, huh?
Yeah, we have like the world's best scrapper. I'm not worried. Look at how fast we melted those guys. Now, where can we find some more Pantheon or what are council members? There's a council. There's a council. Die. 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 Huh. Oh, you guys have found the party floor. Let me help. Give him something to dance to. What is this? A mastermind, a level 50 mastermind over here? Interesting. Are there councils up here? Oh, there's a whole bunch of councils up there. Winter's found them all. Oh boy. Six councils, more, 6 more councils. Yeah. Two. Okay. Well, we need 2 more councils. 2, count them, 2 more councils. Oh, there's 1 more, maybe 2 more in there, right over here. Maybe Gazelle is fighting. Gazelle's got one too. Oh, Nate is hunting us. He was watching on YouTube. Here I thought he was just some random level 50 just hanging out in hot sweaty bogs.
Hot and sweaty content.
Hot and sweaty content. Alrighty. Next mission is up. Thank you for your help, Mr. Nate, since he's listening on YouTube. Appreciate it. That was definitely above and beyond. Oh, are you playing with viewers by chance? I guess I am, right? I remember, what was it? I remember watching a video about Asmongold, and he was like, he had to be careful about showing what he was playing sometimes, because if people knew its server, whatever, all of a sudden people would just flock there and swarm him and stuff. I'm not nearly that popular, so I get like friends like you that pop in once in a while, and it's always appreciated. Thank you very much. Now you get to see my martial artist dominator just kick butt and get her butt kicked, because she thinks she's a scrapper or sentinel when she's not. Oh, she just totally went martial artist on those guys there. I appreciate those kind words. I hope you find a couple of things you enjoy there. Have a couple ideas for the new year? Somebody asked me, since, you know, one of the first videos I came back with was, you know, 12 reasons or whatever to play City of Heroes in 2025. Was I going to do one in 2026? And I was. But instead of having 12 items, it's only going to have 1 item, right? Top 1 reason why you should play this in 2026. We got ones behind us, guys. And
We're locked in over here. So.
yeah, well, then I will solo these SOBs, because I'm a badass dominator, and that's what we do. And the number 1 reason will just simply be because they're buffing Sentinels. Come back to Homecoming because they're buffing Sentinels.
I'm gonna write into the forums to not buff Sentinels.
You know, it's unfortunately there are millions and millions of people who have wrote in saying that Sentinels are worse than Blasters, so why play Sentinel? So their voices have been heard. I was wondering how the playstyle Symphonies cones kind of line up with melee martial arts stuff. You know, I wouldn't say that there's exactly a big, huge synergy here, really. I mean, no more, no less than anything else in the world, right? Like, there's some power sets that really synergize really well together, and you're like, oh, it's like chef's kiss. They just kind of complement each other. I don't really see that here. I picked this basically on theme alone. So I like Black Canary from DC Comics, and she is screaming plus martial arts. So that's what I kind of picked this for. In fact, you'll see that there's another Blue Lazuli character on my account. That was the that was the one I had chose. I think I picked like Symphony and Sonic, and I'm like, wait a minute, I forgot the martial arts. So I came back and did martial arts. Sonic would have probably been a more meta choice, right? Sonic Assault has some very nice damage resistant or lowering in it. Resistance lowering for enemies, I believe. And it's probably all distance attacks and doesn't require me to get up this close to enemies.
I mean, there's something to be said about diversifying your damage, though, so you're not running against an enemy that's resistant.
Oh, yeah. Sentinel's 40% crit chance buff is wild. It's essentially a 16% DPS increase, which puts them closer to Blast, because everyone kept saying they don't do as much damage as Blasters. And they don't, and they probably shouldn't. There's some trade-off there, though Blasters get a good secondary. Like, the question is, should they do less damage because they got defenses? Well, you know, Blasters have some control or some extra melee powers, or depending what they pick in their secondary. Did we see Dr. Gold in here? I guess we just killed him anyways. So basically you're trading in that control for some of those defensive powers. Should that mean you do less damage? I don't know. But I do know that people keep saying that they would much rather take a blaster in their big groups than a sentinel. So that's why it's probably getting buffed. So people stop saying that. I personally thought sentinels did fine damage. I've talked a lot. I've done videos about how the sentinel's damage holds up. It is situationally as good as a blaster, and there are situations where blasters are better. But in certain situations, they're as good as blaster. So on the whole, yes. On the whole, you know, if you take all the different ways to play a sentinel and a blaster into consideration, a blaster does some more damage, but the sentinel has better defenses. The argument is that the problem is that the argument is that the blaster can get as good of defense as sentinel in game with sets and set bonuses. I don't 100% believe that, but I also can't refute it because I'm not an in-game builder. I've not done the math on like test, you know, I don't have videos on it. I have nothing to back up my feeling on that. I don't play at that level of play with sets that cost me 2-3 billion or whatever have you. So I have no intention of doing it. Assuming their argument is correct, then I think that's probably a good reason to buff their damage output. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, Sai, you thought what was a good idea for Black Canary? The Symphony Sonic or the Symphony Martial Arts? Should I swap out for the other tune? I do still have the Symphony Sonic. I should probably play her, you know, a couple of rounds and just see how it feels. But I've gotten so addicted to martial arts because it's just so cool. You think Master Arts is a big part of Black? I think so too. Like when I had played the other Blue Lazuli character up quite a bit, and then I just realized I had a big miss. You know, I was like, I didn't even. I think part of it was I didn't realize that at the time that martial arts was an option for dominators. It didn't occur to me. So when I saw it one day when I was in the character builder, I was like, the light bulb turned on. Like, why didn't you do that with Blue Lazuli, who's totally not Black Canary? Yeah, she teaches the Young Justice team in hand-to-hand combat. See? You know. Absolutely. So it may not be meta, but it is fun. I could always reflavor that other tune if I want a Symphony Sonic, right? I could reflavor her well, I could make it a he and make it Banshee. Or I could go for Siren, his daughter, right? That's all Sonic. Banshee and Siren from the X-Men. Sean Cassidy, I think, might be his real name, but might be mixing that up. I don't think we have to kill everybody, so if we want to go over... I don't want to skip things, but I also don't think we need to go out of our way to kill too many things either. And we just keep heading towards the next floor for now. So we'll go up here, and we'll take a right there. Yeah, exactly. No, LD. Take a right. There you go. Yeah. Now this might turn into a kill-all later. We might end up coming back here, but at the moment it doesn't say kill-all, so... I've only played Symphony Control with Storm Summoning. It pairs very well. The 2 control sets in one. Oh yeah, gosh, that's control on top of control. Are you kidding? And then use Symphony's cones for damage. That's not a bad way to go. What's your theme for that character? Do you have a theme or for that character by chance? Yeah, we're gonna head through this pack up here. Exactly. You're in the right direction there, Gazelle. At the next intersection, take a right. And be like GPS. Look at her. She just, bam, she just whipped that minion into shape. I mean, it's just so satisfying to go up and just take down a guy like that on a character that's supposed to be squishy. It definitely reminds me of Black Canary. She doesn't look very intimidating at first blush. Take a right here. Oh, well, at the next intersection you could go right or left. I don't know. Usually these bosses are at the end of the dungeon, but you never know when it goes left and right, and looking at the map it could go either way, so... That does look like Dr. Goldsmith. Gazelle's got good, on the left-hand side there, Gazelle's got good instincts. Trying to get my cones placed here so I can get more of these guys in an AoE. And I love the fact that so many of her attacks are AoE, though they are point blank, of course, they're melee, but it's usually on Dominators you don't get a lot of AoEs, right? So even Fire's been kind of nerfed out of most of its AoEs. Hey, how's it going in Bakeley? Good thing might be Storm from the X-Men. Symphony cones can be colored to look like the wind. Pocahontas with all the colors of the wind. That is wonderful. Ooh, Prismatic Aether. Yay me. That's actually pretty cool. Can you paint with... I would have the macro set up as you're singing. Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? How high does the sycamore grow? If you cut it down, you will never... Oh, sorry, stop it. Bad me. I worked at Disney for years, guys, back in the day, so the songs are stuck in my head. You kind of triggered me for a second there.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah, yeah. We get to defeat a super villain, whatever, Maestro. Yeah, this is actually a pretty cool story arc so far. I have to say, I've never done this one before, and I've been pretty impressed. Yeah. I thought with my Storm Summoner to do about Storm, but I figure it's been overdone to death, so I didn't do a Storm-looking character on that one. Is there other Storm Summoning kind of characters that I could use instead as a kind of an inspiration? Defeat Maestro. So we're gonna take a left at this intersection, which means I have to go through these guys. Hooray, a City of Heroes live stream. Welcome, D-Boy. Weather Wizard? Is that actually a real character, like in the comics or anything? Well, you know what? We could ask AI that question, right? Let's ask AI real quick. Give me 1 second. I think these guys got the rest of these guys real quick. What superheroes in comics have the ability to manipulate weather? Oh, DC Comics? Okay. The Weather Wizard from DC Comics? Okay. I'll take your word for it. Boom. Kick that one in the back of the head because I could. That stupid shield bullshit. Take down that shield. Stop cheating. Well, what if I held her unaffected? Unaffected. What's the deal with these guys? Alright, so AI... Alright, I'll tell you after we get through this next group. Well, we'll look it up here, but let me lock down a group of mod for these guys. So we're going to go up the elevator all the way up here. Great, now the song's stuck in my head. I love I love the villain songs from the Disney movies. We have those on a playlist on Spotify. I love the villain songs. All right, we got to go down here with these guys next. I did a bunch of things. You know, when you work there, you can do a lot of different things, like work in the theme parks and things like that. I primarily worked at the front desk of their hotels. Madame Morrible from Wicked. Oh. That's a good one. I feel like that's creative. I do. I feel like that's creative there, absolutely. Storm, Thor, Crystal of the Inhumans, an elementalist controlling earth, air, fire, water. She frequently uses the ability to create localized weather effects like storm or rain. I do like Crystal. I didn't realize she kind of leaned to weather. Iceman, Zeus in DC Comics. Weather Wizard's the first one listed. Cyclone, Red Tornado, Isis, and the Spectre. Isis is very interesting. I remember she was on a TV show. It was a really corny TV show way back in the day with Shazam. Sarah Rainmaker from Wildstorm DC Comics. I remember Gen 13 who can control weather patterns. Weather Report from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I had like the first Gen 13 comics. I think that was drawn by, was that Jim Lee? That was kind of a popular one. Do we just want to fly up and get to the back of this, or do you guys need to kill things along the way? We would fly up and go over to here if possible. Come up this way. You can do that without aggroing the room, just like that. Maybe. If you aggro it, just run it. It's fine. Yay. Gazelle's in. Can the doc make it? There he is. Yeah. Yep. So, D-Boy, what do you like to play? What do you like to play on City of Heroes? Oh my gosh, there's another floor after this one. Holy shit pickles. Oh, Gazelle. Gazelle just opened up the party floor, guys. Hold powers, go. Enchanting Lullaby, go. It's a lot of people here. Masterminds, sentinels, doms, and corruptors. I like the way you think, D-boy. I just have these guys beating up each other. It's fine. You have some mastermind videos in your channel. What are your favorite types of masterminds, D-boy? I rated masterminds at the top of my tier list in classes that are easiest to solo 1 through 40. Shall I scream? Let me scream. And now you fight for us, buddy. Electric blasting sentinels for the win. You know what? You know what, Sai? I'm doing my electric blasting psychic sentinel that y'all told me to do. So she's level 19. She's starting to come online. Necromancy Force Field is an unexpected combo that does really well at low levels. Ooh. That sounds pretty interesting. How does it synergize well, may I ask? Let me go ahead and stun that one up a bit. Oh, it's one of those guys that turn into a werewolf. You're so evil. Minus to hit and plus defense. Nice. Well, let's see here. You listed Dominators, Corruptors. I will say those are all A or S tier.
Watch your endurance.
But
Recovery was a minute out.
Let's see here. What are we going to go next? Yes, we are going to go to the north. And then over to here. Oh, gosh. Oh, gee whiz. You can't take 5 steps without running into a welcoming committee around here. Jenkins. Feel the despair of the chords. Oh, I seem to have knocked myself off the platform. The only class you listed that I have on the B tier there is Dominators, but it's not because I don't think they're fun. Actually, they're one of my favorite classes to solo in the game, but they are a little tough for new players. They gotta know what they're doing and they gotta be patient. Thankfully, not controller patient, but Gazelle might need some stamina there.
8 seconds on recovery run.
The fun part is we can just start confusing these guys without even starting a combat. And let them beat each other up for a bit. While you're waiting. Oh, you're full now. Oh, living the dream. We're getting flanked on the ride and I'm being mezzed to death. And I am about to die. Don't die. I'm too young to die. I just need to mez all these people. Whew. Alright, I got a lot of them held. Go for it, Scrapper.
Can I get some Dominator help quick?
If it's a question.
Yeah, my enhancements is a Dom. Which one should I? I'm sharing the screen.
No. My screens are pretty full, but my general advice is, you know, obviously for your attack powers, I usually go for red, yellow. And then, you know, if it's like a... Yeah, that's pretty much what I mostly do, I'll be honest, through the low levels anyways. And then your other hold powers and stuff, it's just kind of what you're looking for in each one, because some of them will have like really long recharge timers, so it's probably better to focus on. We'll go this... Geez, let's go up here this way, guys. And take out this group here.
Just which ones to put, like, I know this one is confused. All three confuses. But this one, Living Shadows, is that like a hold, immobilize?
Yeah, it's an immobilize.
So all three immobilize, all three confuse, and then for this one it would be immobilize, all three?
Well, I think that's the single. That's a single target immobilize. I would never take that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I take the first couple of personally when I'm leveling. Like you'll see here on Blue Lazuli here, she does have the single target hold and the single target immobilize. But that's generally speaking for soloing and or single target damage, because there's some of the more damaging powers in the control set for single target. So sometimes again, it's a leveling process thing. I might spec out of them later. But when I've only got so many attack powers to go around, you know, because your attack powers are in your secondary, it just depends. You have to fill out your class. But yeah, I'll sometimes take them. You know, you can kind of see here. I didn't really put a lot of extra things into them though. You know, I would mostly put that into my attack, my true attack powers.
Two immobilizes, a confuse, and
Immobilize?
yeah,
Immobilize,
immobilize, confuse, a hold, and then the other one's a hold too, I believe.
Okay. Should I, as a Dom, have one socket for accuracy? Or no?
Well, yeah, you want some accuracy. So you don't
Okay, so
miss
do
as
I
much.
do two of the ones, the whatever it is, and then accuracy down the middle, down the right side? One on each side, I make sure I hit, or no?
I mean, it doesn't really matter where you put them, but just make sure you put one in it.
Okay, okay.
Actually,
Thank
up the darkness again.
Sorry, what was that?
The Heart of Darkness, hover over that.
I'll pull y'all to
That's
it.
the story end. So yeah, that's the stun one.
Might pull you guys to a channel, so because I don't want you to feel like I'm being rude talking over you. But
I'm done.
okay, I just don't want to be like, oh, Phil's being such a rude person. But Cy Loxon says about the Dominators, he can't wait to get them to perma as quick as possible. The funny thing here is I've never had a Dominator get perma, and I still love the hell out of them. Yeah, it can be pretty expensive and stuff. I'm trying to do Stardust now, and I don't see how she's getting there at only $500 million and whatnot. We can go either way on this, whichever way you want to go, Gazelle. You have good... don't go south, but any other way is fine. You seem to have good intuition here, but either way would take us further into the dungeon, so... You get to pick, north or west.
Another reason why Permadom's so good is because it gives you hold protection and all that stuff.
Oh, I ain't discounting how good it is. I just hear some people are like, oh, Dominators are completely either, I won't say worthless, but they're so unfun, they're so this, they're so that, negative comments here. They're not as good as controllers until they get Permadom. And I'm like, so far, I've exclusively played Dominators without Permadon, and I love them. And I love them a lot more than trying to play controllers, at least in solo or in duos. You know, the bigger group is, the more it favors a controller being there to do the controllery things. But in like this trio right here, I feel like my damage contribution's pretty important. If I was just holding them down and not contributing damage, and it was just a scrapper for all these bosses and stuff, it would be kind of brutal. It would be very slow. We could get through it, but it would be slow as hell. And I've given up some control, but if it's, you know, for the most part against like the lower mobs, you don't really see it a whole lot. I think the Dominators do just fine without domination against smaller mobs. Against the bosses and stuff, if I really need to control them, that's when I unleash domination for that boss. And then I'm on a cooldown for a while, so hopefully we're not going boss after boss after boss after boss after boss. And that's where a controller definitely would feel better, I think. There's just more consistency. But then we wouldn't have the damage output, you know, so go figure. In a small group, I think, to me, even without Permadom, the Dominator's the right choice, but... they do get expensive. Yeah, how can they be worthless if they cost so much money, right? Right? No, I'm just... Dominators can be... Do we see our boss around here, Gazelle? Oh, that's it. That's our elite boss, guys. All right. Well, this is the time where we unleash Permadom when you guys are ready. Let me tell you what, when you solo an elite boss with a Dominator, it is so painful. And it's, when I say it's painful, it's not painful for the boss. Yeah, I can start with Confusion to one of them, though. That won't provoke combat, usually. So, I'll just confuse them until you guys are ready. Let them wear each other down. Okay, Scrapper. Go ahead. I'll get your back with as much control as possible. Chords of Despair. Super Lullaby. Enfeebling Chant. Domination. Oh, wow, that boss is just ignoring everything I throw at him, even with Domination active. At least the minions aren't. And there we go. I'm going to finish killing these guys. 27 reward merits for 73 minutes. That's above the average, so that's really good. All right, we all good there? Good job, good job. So yes, that was 27 reward merits. Let me write this down in my notes. 27 reward merits for 73 minutes. 27 reward merits for... Hold on one second. I gotta write down these notes. Where did I put them? 23. Oop. All right. Here and now 27, and we did it in 73 minutes. That's 22 an hour. Perfect. Okay. Let me turn this back into the contact so we can get our bonus XP. And that was worth like another blip for me, so yay there. And we are done, boys. Good job. Good job, good job. Oh yeah. Yeah. Also, the fury powers you can get if you go pure villain, and plus the attack rate you can craft at the empowerment station. Alrighty, so yeah, one day I'll sit down and see. I need to try to figure out what it is, if you can get cheap permadom. If so, I need to just look through other guides and stuff, and then eventually I can make a video out of it. I'm sure people would appreciate that. This character's now ready for IOs at level 27 here, so she can start picking up level 30 IOs. So yay for her.
Somebody here on Discord that they do builds.
Yeah. It's It's always funny given that challenge of, can you do it under this amount though? Haha.
There's $5, definitely.
Right? So I think I gained 2 levels there. I'm not sure. Maybe not. No, there's no way I gained 2 levels. I have half XP. See, we don't call it, we call it double XP if you have double XP, but if you don't have double XP, we call it half XP. So go figure that one out. Fig. What's that? Oh, okay. Take care. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we stream here. My current pattern's been streaming every Monday and Friday night and occasionally on the weekends. So if you're subscribed or whatever, I think it emails you when I start streaming. So that's always an option if you care. If you don't care, don't worry about it. It's really funny when I get emails from myself. Let me see here. So, Darkstorm Rising. So this is the character I had made. This could be a placeholder, though I kind of like the way he looks, so I might keep him. It's kind of like got that surfer boy look going on. So, but I could change him to what was it that said in the thing here? In the AI, Sarah Rainmaker from Wildstorm DC sounds very interesting to me. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of what that character looks like. Images. Oh, she looks like a Native American. Oh, that picture's probably not safe for the workplace. Oh boy. I mean, to be fair, like Gen 13 was very much about drawing them overly, yeah. All right. Well, thank you for hanging out, Dave. We really appreciate you having on board and hanging out with us. And you did great. You're a super tank. So I really think you're playing a tanker there and not a scrapper. I don't think you can convince me otherwise. So I think you did a good job there. But thank you so much. I hope we see you again. It was a really nice balance. It really, really was. That was a good trio. That's what I'm talking about. I like small groups because you can feel that. And a large group is just like, we just kind of mowed everything. And, you don't have that satisfaction. Like, I felt like my controls were really important in a lot of those fights. There was definitely times where I'm just like, okay, you seem to kind of cream puff through things and stuff. But there was also plenty of fights where, I definitely felt like my character, and I'm sure you guys felt like your character was necessary too. Right? Oh, this is going to be a fun character to play, I think. I think this is going to be a very fun character to play. Especially with the buffs come online. So I would still have the old Storm Cell, right? That kind of moves with you and everything on this character. Soothing. Stop it with the pop-ups. Send forth. Allies will be healed. Yeah, that's a good one. Turtle, you can create a ring of bubbles that surround your allies, hydrating them to replenish endurance and reducing the effectiveness of endurance drain. Also, let's see, does other things. White Cap. Any splash on enemies surrounding will be swept off their feet and will experience a damage resistance debuff for a period of time. It's a toughie. This one's better for groups. This one is better for solo.
Does anybody want to do a Posse 1?
I don't think I have that much energy left in me.
Oh, everybody hates me. I get it.
It's like 11:30 here.
It's the weekend, Phil.
Everyone.
This is the Philathon.
Turtle buffs on auto. But the turtle buffs don't work on yourself, Siloxen, right? Which is...
3 hours in the after party.
Yeah, Torrital buffs. So it's just on your allies. Yeah, but that's going to be really good for them if I play in a group. But it doesn't help me by myself if I'm playing alone. Oops. I need to pick... By the way, did you guys notice... I found this out. I didn't know about this. That if you pick... not flight... Force of will. There's a mighty leap in force of will. So I don't know how good force of will is. I never really looked at it at this, but...
I have it on one of my tunes, but I think he's only like level 6 or something.
I'm going to try this teleportation on this one character. Alright, so you're saying the tornado bubbles affect yourself. Alright, we'll give it a shot. I'm counting on you. Let's see. So this storm cell is the minute-long so I'm going to get to see this storm cell that you're talking about. I'm going to be able to see that for myself. And this is endurance, cost, range, recharge speed, enhanced knockback, enhanced damage and accuracy. There's a lot of things going on with storm cell. So let me try doing that. Direct strike. Or yeah, you jolt an enemy with a bolt of lightning. Yes, please. Kind of gonna focus a little more on damage until we get. All right, so white cat, chain lightning. Gosh, they keep popping the attack powers on me. Jeez. All right, chain lightning it is. Twist my arm. All right, so there we go. We're all set. I'm gonna take them for a test drive. I feel like I need to take them for a ride. I don't have a lot of money, but I'm gonna try. 1, 2, 3, 4. Teleport. What does teleport take? Corruptor, corruptor. Everybody wants to be a corruptor. Corruptor. Whoa. Corruptor. Soothing wave. And a recharge on intensify. Yeah. Yeah. Bubbles also make you jump higher. Oh, they give you little wings, huh? Alright, so Jetstream. Jetstream. Does enhanced range affect the length of a cone? I guess it would. What else would it affect? Because it's a cone, it's starting from you, so that kind of makes sense. 10-second recharge. I feel like range. I don't use range a whole lot, but that might be the call there. What's the endurance cost? 10. The endurance is a bit high on that. The endurance is a bit high on Storm Cell. Holy cow. Yeah, oh boy. Yeah, it does, right? So one more damage. One recharge. What do I want on Storm Cell here? I guess I need to see how it works out to decide what I really kind of want on it. For now, let me see. I think Storm Cell... I don't know if enhancing it with damage just enhances the lightning bolt. It's probably not the biggest thing in the world. Probably a recharge, I suppose. There's some damage in there from different things it does. So I guess enhancing damage is kind of good. And accuracy. It's got a lot of built-in accuracy, actually. So accuracy be overkill. Probably another red and a recharge. So I need... Oh, let's do... one. Let's do 1, 2. We'll do 3 reds and a recharge. A recharge. I might have to borrow some money from the kitty here to finish off this character. He was not the lucky winner at the bingo party. What goes in a teleport? Enhance range. Ah, enhance range. Hey CW, how you doing today? How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? So Storm Cell, let's see what this guy needs. Turtle Bubble. So Turtle Bubble, we're giving you a lot of jump height, resistance to smashing damage on target. Nice. Fire damage, 33 resistance, recovery, a lot of good stuff on here. Not probably, you kind of missed out. We had a whole bunch going for the last few hours, and now I'm just kind of decompressing and until bedtime here. I'm probably just gonna, I just got this character leveled up, so I'm trying to get them all kind of set here. So we're probably talking what? Endurance modification? Endurance modification, yeah. 2 recharge and 2 resist. So it needs to be... Well, it's recharges for 1 minute and it lasts for 1 minute. So does it really need a recharge? Let's do endurance and... Let's do endurance. And defense. Was it? I think it was resist damage. Whew, good call. But why would you want to get down to 20 seconds if it If it lasts for 1 minute, what would be the purpose? To get down to 20 seconds if it just buffs your whole party. If you can buff the whole party every minute for 1 minute, what would be the point of reducing the recharge? We have a nice defense debuff and run speed. Defense debuff and run speed. Oops. Shucks. I was supposed to do slow on that, wasn't I? Sure was. Let's see here. Where can I take him to go beat something up?
Remember, Phil rule number 16. We're not killing them. We're arresting them.
But Loxin, and I don't think these things usually stack, right? Like, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that they stack. So there's no point in casting on people over and over again if they already got it. So that's where I'm getting confused. If it stacks, then it makes sense to cast it over and over again if it stacks. Total little bubble. Toroidal bubble. Toroidal bubble. The question is, if you keep casting it over and over, does it stack? Does its benefits stack until you hit the cap?
If you open up your team member thing, if you see multiple occurrences of it, then it stacks.
Well, the sad thing is that we need to, Yeah, but is it stacking, Siloxin? I know when you cast it, everyone gets a bump, but the question is, does it keep bumping? Does it stack on top of itself? That would be the $1 million question. Let me just look it up. I'm sure someone has answered this question online because it would be an important one for reducing the recharge. Because, yeah, Toroidal bubble. Does it stack? Let's see here. I watched some guys. Barrier Reef. Shining Tides. Well, the problem is I don't have it down underneath the 60-second cooldown. So if I put on autocast the minute it goes down. So I'm not going to see it because I didn't put recharge on it. You're right. If I stuck a recharge in there, that's probably the easy way to test it out. Actually, did I put this on a test character? I could look at a test character. I have this on a mastermind as well. I guess I should just science it out. Cost a little money, but it's one way to figure it out. So let me grab some money from one of my bank accounts. This is in case of emergency, break glass and claim this money for yourself. One of these emails has got influence in it. Like that one or that one. Okay. Alright, so if I buy a recharge from her, or two, we'll buy recharges. Recharge. Okay. Because if it doesn't stack, then it's better to put like resistance enhancements and things like that in those slots. All right, so that's recharge reducted. Now, let us take a look at exactly what it buffs so we can monitor those things. To mineral bubble. Alright, so this is resistant to smashing and fire. So let's look at our powers, go to combat attributes, and we're looking for damage resistance to smashing, monitor, and fire. Monitor. 33 resistance to endurance, I'm not too worried about that. 33 resistance to recovery rate, not worried about that. 10 endurance on target. Just 10 points of endurance? Okay, refreshes them. 9 resistance to lethal, cold. We've already monitoring some resistance already. And then plus 20% recovery rate, right? I don't know if they let you monitor recovery rate. Let's see, here it is. Yep, recovery rate. All right. Monitor recovery rate. All right. So those are our key things that we're looking for. One would assume that if it does some resistances, it does all resistances. But the big things we're talking about resistance, there's jump height, but you know, I'm not really too caring if that's stacked. Could you imagine that stacks and you just jump up through the air? Okay, so we're watching. We got 15, 15, and 2.9. So we hit Tolili Little Bubble. Tolili Little Bubble. Boop. And you can see we went up to 33 smashing and fire, and 2.63 recovery rate. Okay, so that jumped up. Tolili Little Bubble has 30 seconds, 20 seconds left to recover. So we'll just watch and see if it stacks. If it stacks, it's insanely good. It isn't just good, it's already pretty damn good. But if this stacks, holy Toledo. Here we go. Those numbers aren't changing. It doesn't stack. So if I put, so in those slots, rather than put recharge, if I put like increase to resistances or endurance modification, then I will see taller numbers than what I'm getting up here right now. The only benefit for casting it a little bit more often would be that I'm giving people more endurance, you know, because it's giving everybody 10 points of endurance for me costing 8. So that's the trade-off. I do think that would quote unquote stack in a manner of speaking. So there's that. So there we go. It does not stack. So we definitely want to change that to resist damage or better endurance modification for better endurance on everybody. Recovering resistance will go up as well, but they don't stack. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, they go up when you first cast it, but if you cast it before it expires, they don't go up any further. So it is a really good ability, and you're right that it affects me, which is really nice, because normally in a lot of places in this game where it says you can heal allies or something like that, it doesn't let you heal yourself. It's kind of rude. That's why empathy is kind of sad to solo with, because everything affects allies almost and doesn't affect yourself. So, but you're right that it affects yourself and your allies. But I don't think it stacks. You said earlier that they don't stack. Well then again, I guess I'm super. I guess I lost track of the conversation somewhere and got confused. Let's see here. It's perma out of the box, but you can get it down to 20 seconds. But it not only increases recovery, but gets a booster endurance, so you get the entire group infinite endo. Every time you cast, everyone gets a 15-20%. They will get 10 points. And endurance has a 100-point maximum, so they'll get a 10%. It's a good trade. Don't get me wrong. Like, that's still a good trade-off. If you spend 8 endurance, to give everybody 10 endurance for your whole group. Makes you a great team player. In solo or duos, it's probably not worth it. As you go from trios on up, it becomes more and more worth it. As tends to be the case with a lot of these powers. But the, yeah. Oh, if you put endurance mod, you'll give them, because endurance mod would give them even more, I see. Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, they're definitely a team player, definitely a good, and I got this on my mastermind, Marine thingy, Bobby. So, okay. So endurance modification is still good even in solo because it just means that your own endurance from the endurance recovery rate will still improve better anyway. So yeah, it's still pretty good. Like, you're right, it's a really, really good power, and I probably definitely want to make sure I got it taken here. Yeah, you can see here, to your point, you're right. So with it slotted out with this, it does basically bump everyone's endurance up by 20%, because the base value is 10 points out of 100. But then when you put enhancements in it, yeah. Now if you put recharges in it as well, now you're basically, gosh, gee whiz willikers, you're right. That's insane. In a group setting, that's insane. That's broken. Yeah, no wonder nobody wants to play empathy anymore. I mean, except for us. But we don't count. So, okay, I just wanted to take this guy out on a quick little spin run. Oh, someone lost off his minions there. You're right. That is a really, really good power. I'm gonna beat up on some cogs here. So we have to do the storm cell. Oh gosh, you hate that pop-up when it shows up right in the middle of a fight. So, the storm cell moves with me? Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that storm cell moving. But you see how slow it is? So, I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of interesting, right? That is kind of interesting. I see what you're talking about now. So yeah, it kind of moves with you. But what they've done instead is no movement, but it is larger AoE. I don't see those storm stack thingies stacking up either. Does that come online later or something? He is still kind of suffering from some endurance stuff there. Where's my bubble at? Yeah, refreshing. Well, you've made a believer out of me, Siloxen. You know your stuff. Yeah. Little hails there. You have been validated. It's definitely about validation. I don't know why I'm not hearing like more kaboom when the lightning hits. I feel like I should get like a big... There's a little bit right there. There we go. He'll definitely be more fun as the character comes more and more online, I think. But like that storm cell's not keeping up with me now, right? And I can't recast it again. So I think this is probably better that they're doing it the way they're doing it. Unless they could just speed it up to actually keep up with me when I'm running around pretty quickly. Because now I'm without it. I don't think it's the biggest deal in the world. My powers are still working okay, I guess. Ooh, these guys hurt.
Well, the other thing is, didn't the update say that you can teleport pets now?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we were reading earlier about the changes. We were on the test server and doing the changes to talking about the changes to Storm Assault, and how the Storm Cell will no longer move with you, but you can resummon it faster and more often. Is basically what they've done. I'm getting my butt kicked here. Yeah, go away. Nobody likes you. Okay, I don't like this class anymore. This sucks. Stop chasing after me. How do I slow you down? What kind of corruptor am I? I'm a corrupted corruptor. Oof. Oh my gosh, this guy needs some better control powers.
Good posse one, almost done with it.
Alright, about time for bed. Get up there, boo. Just so he can be here for 3 minutes.
He was meowing.
Well,
New character, Bella.
Yeah, Dark Dom, that was level 10.
Let mommy adore you. And change your color.
the next patch, they're reducing the recast time to 8 seconds. No, the recast on it is down to 15, and it's probably less if you do enhancements. And yeah, you can cast it very quickly. Yeah, so, but it doesn't slowly move with you anymore. It's immobile. That's true. Alright guys, well, it's been a great stream tonight. I really appreciate all of you hanging out with me. Cyloxan, thank you so much for your really great advice. We'll see if this character comes into his own a little bit later on. But thank you guys so much for watching on YouTube. Appreciate all the time, and have a great evening, and may God bless you.